that these people are in power, including the Chief Justice. I'm not here to attack nobody personally, but I'm here to speak the word of the Lord. All of them, they are corrupt. Change your ways, because God will not keep up with this any longer. He will not keep up with it. He will not. Trust me, you opposition leaders, you are running for power. You want to do the same thing. This time around, what is in the election? If you don't even mind, maybe there will be no election 2023. You can't say that you fool yourself. Opposition, the ruling party, the Lord sent me to speak to you. You like it, you kill me. You like it, you throw me in church. But we speak the word. Enough is enough. That is like a piece of filter rag. Filter rag. Why the lying pastors? You bribe them and they keep their mouth closed. We have bishops here. We have men. They can't say anything. Look at your children dying because all they want to lie to you and prophesy lies to you. Jesus is coming. The trumpet will blow soon. You don't even know Liberia. Liberia is a very strategic country. Liberia is the Israel in Africa. You don't even know. That is why the devil is fighting this nation. You have a country that is so rich, but because of the case of Egypt, the Fulani will control your economy. The Egypt will control your economy. Read from Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 23. He said the aliens see the land. They will go higher and higher, you go down. The Fulani is still selling water on the schools. It is a curse because you have rejected God. They are the legislator there. None of them, most of them, that's also medicine they own. Going to the soul push. You think we're not talking? They go for power. These guys, like you fucking power. You got them. They got the medicine men, the juju men for power. They are all hungry power freaking bulls. Bulls. You think we will not speak? You think I can't tell what a chief justice, a president, this is translation. In our marriage system, our justice system. When I see our children dying, when I see our children like children, what are you doing? Building an empire. That's all you're doing. Building an empire. You just want to steal and steal and steal. That's all you want to do. And you think some of us, we are cowards? God is raising people like Ezekiel today. He's raising Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But we don't see us no one. We speak the word of God. You say you're a leader. You don't have one wife. You got girlfriends. Don't you know? When you can't even cover your own thing, how can you cover an empire? You got so many girlfriends. Then they say we are attacking the very personal life. When you're a leader, you have to be an example for the people. You become a father. When you leader, and the more you want to get 10 girlfriends, when you post, God will punish you, all of you. You think God can sleep? You think you can make Michael a bird go free? Read about him. Galatians 6:7. Oh, whatever you sow, you shall reap. You are in power today. Power belongs to Jesus, but they give you power. It makes you drunk. Power makes you so drunk. It makes you high. You forget where you come from. You forget that you're part of the people. But they give you their power. And you say, that power, you don't have nothing. Power belongs to Jesus. It doesn't belong to you. You are going to get power. They belong to you. And when you don't change, God will destroy you. Easy high. Legislation just dying. People just dying. It's a judgment upon this country. When you don't change, you will die. I'm telling you, all of you. When you don't change, you will die. God will get rid of you. Because God is raising his own people for this last day. He will raise pastors who will speak the word and live the word. He will not raise this lying pastor because they want to be bound by the government. God will punish you. Then you can make mockery of the word of God. And you go scot-free. Oh, the word of God endures forever and ever. Make mockery of him. Go to all your juju because that's all you like. That legislation of big problem in the country. Most of them, social medicine, they are fighting. They want to go to Mali for the biggest medicine. They want to go to Kenya and they go to Gambia. Wow. God will punish you. The judgment of God is upon this nation. If you don't change your ways, if you don't change, go to Ghana. Every day you people are in Ghana. Every day you're there. A quarter of just, we almost 100 plus years older than Ghana. As a man grown older, he's supposed to be wise. So it's a principle. But the older we are growing, the more foolish we become. Can you sit and think about it? All you want is just a woman business. It's a culture. It's There's a system here. Oh, that my girlfriend and my boyfriend, you leaders, that what you want money for, to be getting 10 girlfriends, God will punish you. He will punish you. I don't care who you are, whether you're chief justice, he will punish you. I don't care who you are, whether you're social justice, he will punish you. If you're getting whether you kill me, God in time for the gospel, and with that, so what? Jesus said, fear. Don't fear any man that can take his body, but fear the one that can take the soul and the body to hell. And the only man is Jesus Christ. We have these lying pastors, these clear pastors who want money for you. Prophesying lie. They haven't prophesied the judgment. I have to tell you, mark it today. When these guys don't put themselves together, there will be no election. Thus says the Lord. There will be no election. There will be no election. Thus says the Lord. The opposition, they wouldn't want to come. The public show, the UO, they're coming out. They're all there. Such a role. But the rest of the two, I will tell you. I'm scared here today to declare the word. I'm not here on my own power. I'm here by the Holy Spirit. Whether you like it or not, whether you try from it or not, the truth has to be told. You hate the truth. You hate it. That is why they killed Jesus. Because he was a symbol of truth. And you don't know the truth. Because I said you pick up here, you're not nasty. You're foolish. Because I said you are you're nothing. Because one when I said the 4 years, we're supposed to be the champion. When I said the 4 years, the Ghanaians are supposed to be learning from us. I was a little boy, protocol, the Ghanaian king to learn protocol. You know what I learned there? They go to most of these people. They're running the air for you. What you call air, the alcohol. What are our leaders going to do? What are you writing? Our president is playing football. Our president is getting zombies. Our president is making sure. What a nonsense. And you say you're attacking the great personal life. No, when I became a leader, something. When I was a child, I played like a child. When I grow up, I put childish things away. But the truth is, when I go to other countries and I see how my country is being laughed at, it is a laughing stock, I become changed. This is my passport. I have a Nigerian passport. When we go to the counter in other countries, they put our passport aside. And guess what? We memorize the most dirty city. Because our president is playing football. Our president is dancing zombie. Our president is playing checker. He's not going to affairs of the legislation. And you think some of us say that? I have nothing against. Trust me, this is my president. I respect him. I honor him. That he's the king that God gave him. But when he played it, we got to trust him. We got to rebuke. I want to rebuke. Once a while, rebuke that sin. I'm a trumpet blower. I'm a friend of the Lord. I have to speak the truth of God. When I don't do it, he will deal with you. I don't want you to deal with me. I want you to put this in the news. But if it's child social justice, I'm not running away. I live in Kawa. You want to come like our church is looking town. This is who I am. Put it on Facebook. Put it where I want. They know me on Facebook. I used to be a sinner. I used to be a bad boy. But I changed. Christ brought me to his life. And as he brought me to his life, I want to show you through the life. I want to show you some church we are. For them to have some of us like a Bible for them. Not lying to them that they want to pastor. Lying to them. Lying to them. I will tell you, President, you are in justice. Be honest. God put you here in this position because he wants you to be a blessing to his people. When you come, you are encouraged to the people. And some people are afraid. They don't want to speak out. We need to speak out. Run this home. Go to Ghana. Look at our school. Look, the standard of education here. Our children die for 12 days. They cannot even spell hospitality. They die for 12 days. They don't even know something. They cannot compete with the ECOWAS member. Examination council. They cannot compete with them. Why? Because the education system here is so low. Lowest. But our children, the Colopa has fallen their mouth. They can't even compete with a Ghanaian counterpart. They cannot compete with a Kenyan counterpart. When they set up for discussion, the 12 better here cannot match the 12 better income. Why? You think government cannot spend millions of dollars to recruit teachers, international teachers, and build foundational school? They can't do it, but the person steal the money. That's what they want. And you continue to steal the money of God. You continue to steal from the people. Fire is on you in Jesus' name. I don't know his name, but you tell the chief justice, one pastor over here, and you are the boss here, you are the head here, you got to run your house proud. Because God is not pleased with pleased with you. The Lord is not pleased with you. And you, Liberian citizen, know the Lord Jesus. This word is for everybody. It's for the president. It's for the House of Representatives. It's for the judiciary. It's for the Liberian people. Put yourself together. You eat church or you get medicine too much. You don't want to give your life to Jesus Christ. You eat church or you get 2 girlfriends, 3 girlfriends. You're not a father. Your children are dead. Let's be giving. Your child, wayward. You can't even do anything. Read the word of God. That's what you can remind me to say. These words I command you shall be your heart. Teach them to your children. But what for you? You don't pass it on and be on my face. Most of you, you go home, you leave your house 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you go home, your dead brother sleeping, your son sleeping. What can you tell them? What can you teach them? You jump, you trigger right for the head, the child will be on top of you. You play, they play, you win. All you to pass it on and be on my face. You can't even teach them the word of God. And this country, if you don't know, Liberia is a different country more than any country in Africa. We are the Jewish people in Africa. That is why Satan is fighting this country. Because why? We don't know the days of our visitation. I'm leaving with these words. These words are not the words. The words of the Holy Spirit. You like it, you embrace it. You like it, you reject it. But God is the judge. But all I'm telling you now, God is looking at the sin of this nation. The sin of the president, the sin of the chief justice, all the associate justices, those who are at the head of the justice system in this country. You're not enforcing the law. Look at our policemen. So private because they don't get paid. I see a policeman arguing with the motorbike boss. That policeman, the motorbike boss also arguing with the policeman because the policeman, he got no pay. He got to take $20 and $40 for the keke ball, for the motorbike ball. How do we respect each other? Hold the person like Adam. When you see a law enforcement officer, you respect him. You see discipline. Yeah, we have police people. I know, same police people. They are on drugs and circle. You see them in the street. They are circle, and you got to do the uniform of the Department of Law. What a shame on you. They say you are God people. They say you are chief justice. You are nothing. You are police enforcer. What's also enforce the law? What's on they are on drugs? What's on you see them in discipline? Policemen is also being disciplined. And when you see it, you see yes, but discipline him, and you can respect him. But because you don't respect yourself, these words will not respect him. I leave you with these words. These are the words of the Lord. God bless you. Father, we thank you for the word that you have given us. Let us use your word. Let your word convict us to be a change. And we can be the people that you created us to be. God bless you. See you.
That's the end of the sermon this morning. That's the end of the sermon. You heard it loud and clear. Have a wonderful day. Learn what you can learn from the pastor's preaching this morning. Take what you can take from his preaching, or is left with you, as he said. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Going solo as a candidate, a presidential candidate from the Unity Party?
Massa, it is not my role.
All right. So here I got a candy here. So we're going to build a rope, deep and deeper and deeper and deeper. And over time, everything will come in. And the next thing you may have a sinkhole, depending on the nature of the soil. But something needs to be done. So even if they come back, it probably will come back. You can spend millions of dollars on the road. If you wouldn't bring in a millions of dollars just to fill in the pipe holes, but there is no drainage system or stormwater collection system or bayou on the side to collect the rainwater, guess what? You will come back to the same issue again after several months into a year. So the solution to the problem, I don't know. All right? I'm going to tell you the solution to the problem. Because me, I'm looking for money.
Those for the SUVs, of course, they go through. These guys are very impatient. Very, very, very impatient. So you see the road. You see the road. And if this road is not paved, the next rainy season, I'm going to show you that the people of this community will suffer. The road will cut. You can see it. That's a small stretch of road. Small stretch of road. The road is terrible. The road is terrible. So this is the intersection here. You see what erosion has caused. This is the intersection here. Now from over there, all the way here, we're going at the intersection. Let's go into this end of the road. You see erosion here? This is erosion. Now if it's true that money has been allotted for the pavement of this road, then it's unacceptable. We are calling on you, Madam Acting Minister of Public Works, that the people of District 9 deserve better. The people of District 9 deserve better. Folks, you see the pothole here? You see here? You see here? You see the road? You see the road? So this is we don't mind, this kind of talk we hear it, but it's about the bigger picture of the community. Let's examine Liberia under the microscope. So you see, this road goes to Liberia. That part of the road on my left is going to Old and New Methodist Bank. So we're calling on the Minister of Public Works to do all in his power. We try to get, this is not the responsibility of the citizen. This is the responsibility of the government. So we are calling on the folks at the Ministry of Public Works. We are calling on officials who live in this community that if nothing is done, this road will cut off and it will become a disaster. People are detouring now from that side to go into Matan, and there's a major.
All right, so we will remove the video from there now. So yeah, some of the takeaway here, right? One takeaway for me, it is very, very uncivilized. It is very, very ungovernmental, if that is a word to use, for lawmakers to be involved in road construction. Like for the guy in the Caldwell area, Thomas Awaji, in your area there, by the name of Abu, who is always in the constant habit of bringing yellow machine to build the road and put asphalt on the road and think that the road will be sustained. No. And I think Ciara says something very interesting here that I caught a little bit. It's all about political purpose. Yes, it is about political purpose. So I think to put things into engineering context, if a politician got a project, they need to call on the engineer at Public Works, let them give them the design, the permit to carry out the project. Barrow medicine, why that? The barrow medicine, the medicine not good for the road. The medicine is running the road stomach. Actually, the medicine is running the road stomach. That's what happened over there. So I think they need barrow medicine. I think that was a misrepresentation of that description there. So I think they need to start, because every community, I mean, think about it. We've been in existence for 174 years, and how difficult it is for you to put stormwater on the side of the road, drainage system to collect the rainwater. All right. How bad it is, or how expensive it is. But we are done with that aspect, and I would like to say thank you. Now it is time to move on to the next topic. And that's the topic that I believe, where's my control sheet? I got my cheat sheet here, all right? So we are going to talk politics now. And I will say this to the Joseph Boakai people. If you are a supporter of Joseph Boakai and think that Joseph Boakai is a direct replacement for George Weah, I got a reminder for you, or I got a hint for you. And that is, you might want to rethink, or you might want to revise your assumption. Yes. Let me say this again. If you think that Joseph Boakai is going to be the direct replacement for George Weah, you need to revise your assumption, because it's not the case. You and I, we are going to analyze, we are going to do a fishbone analysis of Joseph Boakai interview. It's going to be a stop, go, push and stop interview. This interview was conducted by Fukano Shelton, along with 2 of his team members. And I want you to listen. Before we walk into this interview, I want you to ask yourself, who is Joseph Boakai and what is he looking for? I will provide my answer for you. Joseph Boakai is a long service, government service employee who wants to be president of Liberia. But we know that Joseph Boakai ran against George Weah in the 2nd round and lost. He lost because the government he served for 12 years did not present a better picture to the Liberian people. But Joseph Boakai is coming back now after sitting down for almost 4 years and wants to be president. But my question to Joseph Boakai here is he still in support of the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf political agenda that they used to run the country for the past 12 years? Does he support Ellen Johnson Sirleaf political agenda that she used to run the country for 12 years? If the answer is no, then where is Joseph Boakai political party statement of purpose, and where is Joseph Boakai political plan for the country? What will be Joseph Boakai economic strategy that will be different from the Ellen Johnson political agenda economic strategy? I would like to see that. So Joseph Boakai on any interview should use that opportunity to explain to you out there, what is he going to do differently than what Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did, and the thing that he believes George Weah is not doing. Joseph Boakai should be able to explain to you his plan, how better it is than George Weah, and how different it is from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Are you hearing me today? I hope you're hearing me. So let me progress here now. Joseph Boakai is about to join this conversation here. All right. So there you go. Let me see. All right. Let me see here. All right. All right. So let's listen to the interview here. All right.
What you need leadership about. What you need leadership about.
Now that we're talking about the human rights situation, and you rightly said, the human rights situation.
All right, guys, let me hold you there. All right, let me hold you there. I'm going to forward one this video quick and bring it to the end, so that way we can start it over. All right. So let's bring that. Let me take that off the screen, and then I'll go and bring it back again so you can start from the beginning. All right. All right. So let's see here. So it's starting over. There you go. So we're about to start it now. All right. So it's about to start now.
What you need leadership about.
Now that we're talking about the human rights situation, and you rightly said, unresolved crimes are definitely a big minus for the country. You were vice president at the time the Truth and Reconciliation Commission worked, and you were also vice president when the commission ended its work in June of 2009 and presented its final report. And there were several recommendations, and one of the most prominent recommendations for accountability is the War Crimes Court. We know at the time it was not constituted according to the TRC Act, Article 10, on a reporting requirement. It says that the president is responsible to implement the recommendations of the TRC, and that all recommendations shall be implemented. So where do you stand right now, Honorable Boakai, on the issue of a War Crimes Code for Liberia?
Master, well, some of the recommendations probably were executed. Uh, they had this Palawaha meeting. But as an individual, when this war crime, when the TRC was set up, I must admit, my idea was that we went the way of the South African. But I see that in our situation, there's a lot of impunity. People who committed heinous crimes are not repentant. They don't feel remorse about it. And you cannot continue to condone that, because if the people who are responsible for some of the worst atrocities are the ones who also are in leadership position, of course, then you know very well that you hurt the people who have been injured. And I think people should be able to account, because if you don't feel sorry for what you did, then it means that you have the opinion that you can get away with anything. And that would also lead to impunities of all kinds, whether it is atrocities or impunities in the misuse of people's resources. All of these have to be dealt with. I believe strongly that they should be dealt with.
So let's analyze what Honorable Boakai had just said here, right? But let's put this thing into context. Joseph Boakai does not have any integrity. He doesn't have any value or valuable principle as an individual. You just listen to Joseph Boakai, that people committed heinous crime and they should be held accountable. Joseph Boakai had a choice when he ran with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to tell Ellen that, Ellen, this country is hurting. If we want to be the symbol of the new Liberia, we need to make sure that we do the right thing for the people. As Vice President, I just want to provide this suggestion to you, that we should not work with individuals who harm the Liberian people. It is one thing as Vice President to recommend, to suggest, and it is up to the President. But once you say it, it becomes a legal reference for you and evidence. Joseph Boakai served with Ellen 2 terms. Prince Johnson, Ure, they all supported Charles Taylor. They all hurt the Liberian people. Prince Johnson supported Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to get elected. But Joseph Boakai knew that Prince Johnson was a killer. And Prince Johnson committed heinous crime. But while Joseph Boakai was running along with Ellen, he didn't see any of those things. That is the dishonesty in Joseph Boakai today. He's not a man of his word. And that's why I'm seeing people who are supporting Joseph Boakai that believe that Joseph Boakai is the possible replacement for George Weah. They need to revise their thinking and begin to ask themselves some question. What Joseph Boakai has achieved over the years, and how sure are you? Because for every one of you guys here, y'all will know Joseph Boakai know who all participated in the war. But Joseph Boakai supported them to even sign concessions. He took photo with them. So why would Joseph Boakai come now to tell you that, oh, they need to be punished? Oh, because he's not in Unity Party anymore with Ellen now. But what happened to what he's supposed to speak about? What he's supposed to speak about? There's nothing that prevented him from speaking against those who committed heinous crime. When Joseph Boakai then became partner in that election, the United Nations were putting names out there about people who harmed the country. And speaking about harming the country, Joseph Boakai right now is friends with Bernard Ure, who supported Charles Taylor, who agreed with everything Charles Taylor was doing. So how can Joseph Boakai talk about wanting to be president to what? To prosecute people? Like Thomas Awaji said, we want to see Joseph Boakai political statement of purpose. We want to see that. And so many times I have asked for that, and nobody cared to answer those questions. let me progress here with the question here, right? Let me progress.
Let me come in quick, Honorable Boakai. Back to the CPP. Every one of you had made it clear that you want to be president, meaning your colleagues in the CPP, except probably Ben Yuri, who may be seeing something different, and Yomli Kanga. But you have Alexander Cummings trying to go neck for neck to neck with you. What is the relationship now in the internal of the CPP, so that the Liberian people hope it's not dashed come around the time when this whole CPP should be the way, to get the country on a better footing? What is that relationship?
Well, Shelton, I have talked about it, and I know that for every situation, every organization you have, there can be some problems, but people should be honest about what the situation is like. If you intend to work together, you should be able to be honest about the way you go about things. We had situations, and the last report that was made on the basis of our finding, the report did not necessarily accuse anybody. In particular, the report said that during the administration of Mr. Cummings, the period over which he presided, that things went wrong. I think for me, it will be.
All right. Look, it is one thing to discuss something, and it's another thing to be around the bush. I don't know about you guys out there, but if a question is asked directly to you, the expectation should come with some clarity. The fact, number one, that Joseph Boakai is not looking in the camera. Yes, he's not looking in the camera. I'm sure his special assistant will tell him, say, Honorable Boakai, you need to look in the camera like this and speak. The fact that Joseph Boakai is not looking in the camera, I don't know whether it's medical related, or I don't know whether he's not being told to look in the camera. Somebody stand behind the camera there and say, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me. The fact that he's not making that eye contact, there will be so many interpretations of why he's not looking in the camera. But I will say this. The question is asked of Joseph Boakai, what is the relationship within the CPP? Well, instead of him saying the relationship is okay, we should cut the answer short and move to the next phase of the question. Mr. Boakai decided now to explain things that he's not giving detail. Now, when he comes out to say there are something that happens, but we don't want to blame anybody, what the hell is that thing that happened to Joseph Boakai? You see, when you want to see a better leader, that leader should be detailed. Short answer, vague answer will not solve our problem. And that's the problem Joseph Boakai will bring to the presidency here. And he's not going to be my president because he's not very honest in answering questions. If you say something went wrong, what the hell is that thing? What the hell is that thing? Because we want to know. We want to know. We have a democracy that our leaders are supposed to be answering questions. When he come out and say something went wrong and that thing happened on a well, you cannot describe the thing, but you want to describe the subject, and that is the subject is Alexander Cummings. Okay, something went wrong. If you don't call Alexander Cummings and say, okay, how do you? I mean, why can't he answer the question like this? You know, we had an issue in the CPP administration. It's our internal situation. We are working on it. And we make sure that we come to a solution, but we are making progress, and the relationship is building. That will be a fair answer to the question. But when you come and say something happened, and then we all say, yeah, where's that thing? And then you jump and say, honor a particular member of the CPP, then you trying to bring back the same thing that you're trying to cover. That means there's no relationship that is improving in there. You follow me? There's no relationship. Because when you say something, you hide that thing from us. But then you bring in somebody's name, and then you want us to focus on that person because you want to re-energize. You want to breathe life. You want to create a political emotion on those things. That's exactly what he's doing over there. I don't know about you guys, but they're not going to pass by me. Joseph Boakai just want to bring Cummings back in the conversation. He's a very nefarious man. Yes. Joseph Boakai is a very nefarious man. And let me say this to all the opposition people, whether you ANC, CDC, I ain't talking about your party, your leader. I ain't got a damn about any of you guys. Because you guys, you don't talk to me, I don't talk to you. I always talking to my people who listen to me here. I'm giving them that information. So comments, when you're sitting down somewhere and say, thank you, Randy, no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. It's not for you. It's for my audience here. Because you don't listen. All right? You don't listen. All of you don't listen. So when I be pressing somebody to make my point, please don't be happy, because I'm not talking for you. I'm talking for the Liberian people. So Joseph Boakai is a very dishonest person. He's not very transparent. And he's just a guy who wants to cause trouble. So that question he answered, he already stirred something up. I don't know about the comments people. But if I were comments, I won't respond to it. Let the public, like how we judging Joe Boakai here, because we know the head, the tail, the head, the tail, the side and side of what happened in the CPP. He shouldn't have said something like that. He was wrong. So let's get back to him again. Let's get back to him.
Be honorable enough to say, yes, things went wrong, but I think we can fix it. Because a certain period to certain period, you presided. Whether you did it personally or somebody else did it, but it was under your watch. I think that is honorable enough when you say, yes, I know something went wrong.
Look, let me say this here. Let me say this here, guys. Let me say this to you guys here. Let me say this to you guys. I don't give a damn whether comments take my advice or not. All the insult that, of course, I've been giving the comments, Joseph Boakai is signatory to that. Let me say this again. All the insult that, of course, I have been raining on comments, Joseph Boakai is signatory to that. This old man, he failed like a monkey. This is just a figurative speech or description. You see the monkey, the failed look very sorrowful, but you don't know what in the heart for you. Joseph Boakai may appear to be somebody who, he's an old man, he's very cool, but he was a nefarious individual. Very, very nefarious. That answer, he tearing down comments to the lowest degree. He's not uniting what happened. Now you see why Ellen and Joseph Boakai don't get along, because Ellen is very vindictive and she show it to you. But Joseph Boakai is very secretive, but he's very nefarious. That's who Joseph Boakai is. Answer the question and start beating around the bush. So from this interview, it's clear now that Joseph Boakai is in support of whatever happening to Cummings. The man described about unity. Do you guys have, or are you guys bringing the party together now? Instead of Joseph Boakai looking for resolution, giving answer to provide you the idea or give you the idea that they are on their way to resolution, Joseph Boakai is still splitting the party together, putting the division between them. That's the answer he's giving down there. We already know what happened. Isn't the court came out or some lawyer came out and said nothing wrong? Why is Joseph Boakai not going after that? But he's saying something else. He's not a president for me. He doesn't know how to handle situation. And those that are behind Joseph Boakai, trust me, they're not going to help that country. They are just living in an illusion that when they get there, they want to get their own. But thank God I don't live in that country. When you got ready to fuck things up, you all that live in that country, you will feel it. By that time, I will change my number. I will change my address. You will not be able to find me anywhere to ask me for father. I'll not give it to you guys. Because Joseph Boakai is very, very dishonest. He's very, very divisive individual. Speak on the issue. They didn't ask you what went wrong, Joseph Boakai. What happened in the CPP? Can you tell us? But what is the relationship now? Speak on the issue of the relationship, not on the division. But he chose to bring in the division. That's the kind of leader he wants to be. That is the kind of leader Joseph Boakai wants to be. He's a very divisive leader. Very, very divisive. Now you see why Samuel Kanyado fired him. Now you see why Amos Sawyer fired him, but Amos Sawyer is a loser. Now you see him coming back not to lie to the Liberian people, but thank God some of us are still alive and know that Joseph Boakai was fired privately. Now you see what Ellen Johnson said. He did not support Joe Boakai because Ellen know Joe Boakai got a very, very inconsistent character. Let me progress here, folks. Let me progress.
You know something where we can fix it. That's the way people go about working in a group and trying to work as colleagues to be able to resolve issues and to restore the confidence of the people who supported you.
So the last question on that segment of the CPP, I hear that you guys got your convention coming up, and delegates will go to decide who's going to be representing the CPP. Will you be were you going to accept any outcome, whether it's not you or?
Shelton, before the convention, we have to build a consensus.
Okay.
We are not reserving to that. If the consensus doesn't work, we go to the VPS. We are not going into that. I don't see us jumping to the last part of it because those processes have to be followed.
Now, let me remind you of something here. All right? Maybe you forgot. And I'm not going to bring all the video here. The question that Volcano just asked Joseph Boakai, he's not laying out all the different steps involved, right? But do you remember? All right? Do you remember when Super George asked Joseph Boakai, are you willing to be vice president? And Joseph Boakai said, I cannot be vice president. At that time, Joseph Boakai did not speak to the issue of the process involved. But he looked in the face of Super George at LBS and said, I cannot be vice president anymore. So why now Joseph Boakai is coming back and talking about process? The people already know Joseph Boakai is going to be their candidate in our party. But this old man is very dishonest. The dishonesty of Joseph Boakai will make him to lose again. He's not honest. Think about what he said all the time. Don't forget, you see, you guys on Facebook, you guys are so emotional, especially the supporters of Joseph Boakai and the other political party leaders. You allow your emotional control to take charge of your, rather than looking at the logic. Joseph Boakai came. That's why you see, so now it's good to do your due diligence. If Volcano Shelter had done a due diligence, like I'm saying it now, and Joseph Boakai said we should take process and then pause that thing and say, Joseph Boakai, Honorable Boakai, I got a tip here for you. And say, let's listen to this. Joseph Boakai, are you willing to be a vice president? No, Super George, I cannot be a vice president. Honorable Boakai, do you still stand by that word? Or are you taking a different approach today? And the purpose for that reflection is to tell you that Joseph Boakai is very inconsistent. But because most of the guys that run these shows, they don't do their due diligence, or either because they are in the corner of some of the political leaders, they ask them easy questions. But on the J. Randy show, I don't care that two people here, you will get that information and you'll be in power. So that way you can see who is actually going to help that country change. These guys are not honest. They are not honest. They are not asking the real question. Hello, didn't you hear Joseph Boakai the other time telling you in the presence of Super George that I cannot be vice president? And the man just asking, are you willing? And he said, oh, we got to go through the process. We got to go through consensus. Why you didn't talk about the consensus? The inconsistency of Joseph Boakai is going to harm the country. It will harm the country. But people are not seeing it right now.
They're part of the agreement. They're part of a document, and we must make sure that those things happen. When I go back, we have to both put them back to the table and follow them. That's the process. The convention is the last part of anything.
So the outcome, you will live with it.
Oh, precisely. We follow them to the letter. Sure.
Okay. So let me bring Moses in. We're going to be looking at the next segment, the assessment of the political and governance climate, including the fight against graft and corruption in Liberia. Moses?
Yeah, Mr. Boakai, you have said a lot about happenings in Liberia. So if I were to put it to you, what would you say is your personal assessment of the current political situation in Liberia?
Moses, I think we all know, and it goes beyond ourselves internationally. We are not in the best of situation. The country, whether you take over, I mean, I don't mind people playing partisan role, but the reality on the ground is that the country is bleeding. Them to the letter, sure.
Okay. Okay. So let me bring Moses in. We're going to be looking at the next segment, the assessment of.
So, guys, let us listen to the gentleman that is above the lady, Moses Sandy. He asked a very important question, and I want you and I to listen to that question again, and I will tell you what is going on. All right? So let's listen again.
The political and governance climate, including the fight against graft and corruption in Liberia. Moses?
Yeah, Mr. Boakai, you have said a lot about happenings in Liberia. So, if I were to put it to you, what would you say is your personal assessment of the current political situation in Liberia?
Did you hear the question? Yes. I want to bring your attention to that question. Did you hear the question? The question is asked of Joseph Boakai. What is your political assessment of the situation in the country? I hope you got that question. What is your political assessment of the situation in the country? Now, let us put on our full attention and listen to how Boakai is going to answer that question. Let's listen now. All right? Let's listen to Boakai.
Moses, I think we all know, and it goes beyond ourselves internationally. We are not in the best of situation. The country, whether you take over, I mean, I don't mind people playing partisan role, but the reality on the ground is that the country is bleeding. You can see the moment you get to Monrovia, you see the situation on the ground and the streets, the filth of the city, the educational system, the children out of school, people selling in the street, disorderliness, and you can see what is happening. Insecurity, all of these. There's no way to sit down and deceive yourself and say things are all right when you know very well they're not all right. So we are not in a healthy situation.
So, what
All right. So here I wanted to say here. He gave his own assessment, and I'll give it to him. But what do you think will be the follow-up question to Joseph Boakai from you guys who are interviewing Joseph Boakai? What will be the follow-up question? He had given me a personal assessment, right? So let's listen to see what will be the follow-up question from you guys, and then I will tell you what's going on. All right. So let's listen.
what is the best way forward for Liberia?
Yeah, but you can't do.
What is the best way forward? That's the question I want you to listen to now. Boakai had given his assessment. Children are in school, insecurity, bad economy, yada yada yada, right? So he's right. We're getting a big hand clap. But they gotta follow up with him now. What is the solution? Hello, before we get to the Joseph Boakai answer, who is Joseph Boakai again? He is a political candidate who wants to replace who? George Weah. He described what happened in the country. Now they're asking him now for technically for his political party statement of purpose. What would be his agenda to change what he listed for you? Let's listen to how he's going to answer that question now. Yes. Are you ready? Let me progress.
I can't sit here and say the best way forward for Liberia is for the leadership to see that the country is not being governed.
Joseph Boakai just told you, I cannot provide an answer for you, but the leadership of the country. You already identified the problem that the leadership cannot solve. And the man asks you, what is the way forward? Then you telling the man, I cannot provide any answer for you, but the leadership in the country. What does that tell you about Joseph Boakai, folks? This man absolutely, he has no plan. He will identify the problem, but he got no solution. Listen to him more here. Listen to him more.
Properly, that the situation is not good. When a foreign diplomat can openly, for the first time that I see, sit down and say, your city is the dirtiest in the world. That had never happened before. But we know the truth. We know what is happening. So it's not my role to strengthen that now. It's the role of the leaders that are in charge to.
Isn't this time the perfect opportunity for Joseph Boakai to inform his followers what his administration will do? Think about any politician, South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, America, China, whatever some form of democracy is practiced, and a political leader is asked such a question, what is the way forward? You don't have to be in there before you look for the way forward. Do you think a Boakai has a plan? That's why I keep asking you, what is Boakai's plan that is going to separate him from Ellen and will be better than George Weah? The man asking, what is your assessment in the country? Boakai lay all the assessment. We all like, yes. What is the way forward? Boakai said he cannot provide an answer for you. Until he get elected, then he will determine the way forward. You see some of the incompetence, you see the people around Boakai, how they just using Boakai to get up there. If I were to ask you, you went to Liberia, and I said, what is the situation, how the situation in the country there? And you told me everything. And I said, what do you think are some of the ways that we can solve the problem? Oh, I'm not in leadership, so I can't do anything. You want to tell me if people drinking dirty water, you will not even tell me, say, Randy, I think the water need to be filtered a little bit. But Joseph Boakai is telling you that he cannot answer any question right now. That tells me that Joseph Boakai is not ready to be president of the country. He doesn't have what it takes. What it takes means he doesn't have the leadership. He doesn't have the strategy. He doesn't have the plan. I'm not against Joseph Boakai because I hate Joseph Boakai. I see Joseph Boakai as somebody who is not ready to be president of that country. If this old man cannot answer that simple question, Joseph Boakai, come up with a solution. The suffering in the country, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. The insecurity, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. My economic team, my security team from my party will do X, Y, Z. The statistic of X, Y, Z is up here. We are monitoring that statistic, and our plan will focus on X, Y, Z. Joseph Boakai is telling you, and then you got people cheering for Joseph Boakai. You follow me now? Now you see why people don't watch my show? Because I'm not here to come play fun with them. All the people you see supporting Joseph Boakai, they didn't get a damn about that country. And Joseph Boakai is proving it here to you guys tonight. Two questions. What is the problem and what is the solution? What I always told you guys on my show, the central message of any political party is identify the problem, find solution to the problem, and determine the direction of the country. Joseph Boakai cannot articulate that. He cannot articulate that. Any any political party statement of purpose or any politician, they will be able to identify the problem, they will discuss about the solution, and they will tell you where the direction of the country wants to go. And my question to Joseph Boakai, what is the current situation in the country now? And what direction Joseph Boakai want to take this country into? That's your Joseph Boakai there for you. You guys are going to put that country into a mess. You need to find somebody better. You need to find somebody better. Or just put your we are right back in there. But not Joseph Boakai. The fact that the man cannot tell you that he got his alternative solution. An alternative solution to what is happening in the country. And say, I cannot tell you now. What makes him to be a candidate better than George Weah? Wow. Anyway, let me progress.
To know that the situation is real. We have problem in the country. That's what, and don't make reference to the past, because the reason you come to leadership is that you tell people that you can do better, that you are there to correct them. So to make reference to what did you people do and what didn't you people do, that's not the point. That's why they brought you there. Okay. So the leadership must, exercise that leadership. That's why when you become a leader, they give you all the resources, material, human, so you can make good use of them. And that's the role you're supposed to play. So the leadership should understand that that's what they.
So he developed his own question and he developed his own answer. He developed his own question and he developed his own answer. But that was not the question, though. The question was, what direction would you want to take the country to? And then he came out and started to explain, but you're going to take this, you're going to take this. This old man is very incompetent, folks. He doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. I'm sorry. You guys are going to put somebody, the wrong person in there, and that would be Joseph Boakai. This prop, he's not fit to be in there. I'm not lying to you guys. He's not fit to be in there. He's not fit to be in there. Let's listen more.
Yeah.
So the leadership.
Are you in any way implying that we as Liberia is a failed state?
We may have not come to that because I'm not the one to come.
Now, instead of this guy, you see, one thing I don't like about Liberian politics, including the journalists, this guy who asking the question now, he knows very well the question the Pop answer is not in the right direction. Instead of him following up with the question and say, but I know you identified the issue in the country, right? Yes, children out there, poor environment, not so much many job in the country. But what will a Boakai administration, just in case of the conversation, what will a Boakai administration do to change things around? They are now willing to ask those questions because the very guy you see here, some of them are also looking for a job. They are looking for a job. So they want to ask the pimple question. And if they don't begin to ask the guy the tough question, we are going nowhere. Now, because Boakai had explained about we are now, he's leaning in that Boakai corner now to start asking questions about we are. But we already know, the man already told that we are in that problem. What is the direction that you want to take the country? Boakai cannot answer that question. And then Moses guy now is leading Boakai in the wind or the direction of the wind to make this thing. That's not a good interview for me, folks. That's not a good interview for me. Yes. They're not making Boakai to be strong enough. Boakai is not convincing to me. He may be convincing to his follower, but not to me. They're making him very, very lazy. He's not ready to be president.
Yeah. But there's something we say that in a situation where the event that lead to that failed state, when the country is created, country of Liberia as the poorest. When the country of Liberia said everything is on the downside, probably we may not be there, but we probably might be heading there, and I pray that we don't.
Okay. So let's look at the government's commitment to fighting graft. Do you think Mr. Weah and his officials are committed to fighting corruption in Liberia?
Well, we are all fighting. We are all committed to saying it.
Okay.
The only way to show it is by doing it. So we look forward to him doing it, because all of us, the same thing that you say and I say, it sounds like an opposition saying it, but we all know the situation in the country. So we hope that Mr. Weir can begin to do something that will the Liberian society, that they are fighting corruption. I haven't seen much of it.
Okay. Okay. So, how is the economic?
You see the pop? It's a very corny pop. And I will try to expose him tonight. It's a very sneaky pop. When a negative question is asked against George Weah, he will answer it good. But when they ask him about all the negative things against Weah, what positive solution do you have? He cannot answer it. I want you to keep that pattern that he's building for himself. He will say the government, the country right now on the government is so bad off, nothing is working right now. But then when they ask him, what will you do? Then he will reply and say, I'm not in the leadership right now. All right. Is the government fighting corruption? Well, you know, I know what they're doing over there, but for me, I'm not seeing it. But then what will you do in your administration to fight corruption? Oh, I'm not in the leadership, so I will not say anything towards that. He's not being honest. You are seeing a man that will cause more problem for you and our country than what you're going through right now. These journalists are not honest. I don't see an honest journalist asking the tough question to challenge the political leaders. Because if they understand that for 174 years, our country have been going through missed opportunity and we need to find the rightful people, they have been very dishonest to themselves. They are not holding the guys up to any high standard of the office they want to take. And that's what I want you to understand from me here. I want you to understand that a Boakai cannot tell you what direction he wants to take the country, even though he identified the problem that is happening under the Weah administration or within the Weah administration in Liberia and cannot provide an alternative. What makes you think that Boakai is the best person? He's not. For me, he's not. He cannot articulate any issue. Neither does he have any solution at all. Boakai is not a choice. Eddie knew it. Most of the people know it. The people who are putting Boakai up front because they feel that most of the older generation and the guys who are in their mid-30s, 40s, that don't see any light at the end of the tunnel and see Joe Boakai as their last bus stop. That's majority of that category of people that want to support Joe Boakai because they don't care what Joe Boakai plan is. They don't care to ask Joe Boakai whether he really going to separate himself from Ellen and be better than George Weah. That's the question I want you to take away today. Can Joe Boakai, can Joe Boakai tell us whether he support Ellen's political agenda that he's worked alongside with her for 12 years? Does he still support that? If the answer is no, does Joe Boakai have his political agenda that is different from Ellen? And what is that agenda starting with the economy? What is his economic plan? And is that plan going to be better off than George Weah? What direction George Weah is going and what will be his direction? If Joe Boakai answers the question with supporting evidence, then I can come here and tell you, say, your guy a president in waiting who will at least give you guys the hope. But I don't see it in Joe Boakai. I don't see it.
Situation is our understanding that the government intends to infuse
they're just asking again, what is the economic situation? And you heard it. What is the economic situation? Now let's listen again. Apparently you missed the first one. I paused it to give you the opportunity to listen to the second question again. It is a direct question to Joe Boakai. What is the economic situation in the country? Let's listen to Joseph Boakai now answer.
millions of
Yes.
Liberian dollars. And the current exchange rate between the US and the Liberian dollars, it seems that there has been some form of appreciation in the Liberian dollars. However, the prices of goods on the market remain extremely high. When you make up this situation,
Well, that's when you say whether appreciation, whether the currency is appreciating and the prices are remaining the same or even higher. The thing about printing money is that if that's all we're going to do, soon then the inflation rate will overtake the country, because if all you're doing printing money and printing money, and the sources of the economy, the investment climate, the is not improved, and there are no new foreign money infusion in the country, whether printing money is going to help us. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that is the answer. And I do believe that there's a lot of hardship for people who have been gathering their resources, their Liberian dollars, with the hope of purchasing in the US, and all of a sudden the rate falls so drastically over a short period of time. You can know that an increased hardship on the people.
how government in terms of adhering to the rule of law?
Joseph Boakai didn't do too well with that question. And that's one of the reasons why I'm calling on all political party leaders in our country. You need to establish a political policy department. It is a requirement. It is a voluntary requirement that each political party put together a team of policy individual. The man told you that the US rate is dropping. What is your assessment? And you say, oh, when the money drops, that does not mean that it's going to solve the problem. But then what do you have in regards to that? He cannot articulate that. This answer was very poor. The poorest so far. Yeah, very, very poor question. Answer. Very, very poor. Joe Boakai got no idea about the economy, how the economy of any country works. He got no idea. He just walked the answer. He answered the question like a 3rd or 5th grade student. Nothing Joseph Boakai know about the economy. He got no idea about the economy. He cannot even articulate anything. What is driving the US rate to go down, or why is so the way it is? Joseph Boakai don't have no. All Joseph Boakai people are just people who come and act like they know everything, but they know nothing. That question about the economy, Joseph Boakai can. So that tells you also that Joseph Boakai doesn't have any economic plan for that country. He got absolutely no idea. No idea. You guys are staring at another issue that will come upon the Liberian people. You need to look for some. And I'm not here to recommend anybody to you guys. I think Thomas may have asked that question. Who do you support? I don't support anybody. But what I would say here, I need to see a leader, as you call a political leader, who will come here and tell you or give you 5 political party statements of purpose that will commit him or her to solving our Liberian problem little by little. 2, build a policy team around him or her who will give every one of us the idea as to how they are going to begin to take on the challenges in the country based on their policy as they discuss one issue to another, the environment, the economy, the infrastructure, the health, and discuss this thing based on the party political agenda. And let us get to see who the individuals are with their background and education and experience. Until I see those things, I'm not going to support any of these guys. Joseph Boakai right now is the least that I have seen so far, because I would like to see more interview. So Joseph Boakai going and having this series of interview is good, but he is the least so far. You know how come, like in the English Premier League or any league, when the first round go, you see all the teams that get good points. Joseph Boakai is going from one place to another, but this old man got no idea about running anything in that country. That tells me that he doesn't even have a plan, because a plan will encourage you to run your agenda. Joseph Boakai got absolutely nothing. Let's make progress here, folks.
Moses, the government, yeah, we can tell. I mean, the rule of law. You see what is happening. People are being killed everywhere. I mean, you can see.
But they asked the Pope a question. What do you make of the rule of law in the country? Then you tell it generally, you see. What sense does that make? The question is being asked of you. What do you make of the rule of law in the country? That answer should be coming from you. My make of the rule of law in the country as I live in that country. And then you all learn it. But you say, Moses, you see and I see. That is more of a kindergarten answer than an elementary answer. All right? You see how Joseph Boakai is so vulnerable when you got the wrong people around him? They're not prepping the man to discuss any issue. These guys you see on Facebook passing around here, they only want job. That's all they want. And they know that Liberian people don't believe in some of the things that we try to bring clarity to. Why will you tell the general you see what's going on in the country? Then listen to how you're going to finish that answer. Listen to him.
All the violation of human rights, and you see how they are adhering to the rule of law. I think they'll be the best people to answer, because we are there. We praying for our safety. We praying to make sure that our people can.
You see how he misinforming the people now? You see how Joseph Boakai misinforming the people? Now you see how he's misinforming the people? What is your assessment in the country as it relates to security? Moses, you see what happened in the country. People dying here, people doing this, let's wait for the government. It's almost like someone who left from here, a private citizen who went to the country, that don't want to be nobody in the country, and came across you and you ask them, what is your assessment of the security in the country? Oh, people just die in the country there, people just doing this, let's wait to see. Joseph Boakai, you say you want to be president, and you cannot provide any alternative answer to what happening in the country. That is why I'm saying today, see only here, Joseph Boakai supporter need to revise their assumption that he is a direct replacement of George Weah. No. From what I'm seeing right now, Joseph Boakai stands no chance to even replace you for any position you're holding right now, because he's a very, very incompetent in articulating the issue. That means he had no idea. If killing is going on in the country, what would the Joseph Boakai administration be like? Joseph Boakai is not even selling himself to say, you know what, these are the things that are going on in the country. Indiscriminate killing. Government is not investigating. People are living innocently. And I believe that a Joseph Boakai administration, such a thing will not happen. Because for every life that is taken in a very suspicious way, other than a natural death, I will do X, Y, Z. Joseph Boakai is not selling himself to you like that. Let's leave it to the government. Let's leave it to the government. That is a very perfect way to run a campaign against Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai, those of you who are in the CDC camp and the opposition, you need to take the clip. Joseph Boakai, what is your assessment of the security situation? Let's leave it with the government. Then the government can come and say, we are making progress. What the government needs to do now is to begin to find closure to most of the killing and start prosecuting people. Joseph Boakai is done when it comes to security and the protection of Liberia, because he got no clue. He's telling you, let's leave it to the government. How can you be a political leader and you want to leave things to the existing government? Does that make you to be a leader to have control over the country? No.
Move around freely and adjust it will be rendered to the people. We can tell that there's a lot of effort that's needed to be made.
Coming, Maza.
No, I'm coming right now. This is the intermission. I will quickly want to remind our viewers and listeners, wherever you are across the world, you're in the issues room tonight. We have with us the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Human Boakai, who is also the standard bearer of the Unity Party and current chairman of the collaborating political parties. He's visiting the U.S. He's here as part of his continued, networking to build the needed support for Liberia. He said that he's here visiting family and friends and continuing the network, but he's also hoping to carry some medical supplies back to the country in the coming weeks. His itinerary is jam-packed. He's here with us for another, probably 10, 15 minutes. But just before we continue, we want to say to you, Honorable Boakai, please don't let this be your first and your last time with us here in the Issues Room. We're looking forward to many of this kind of conversation, especially when we're gearing toward 2023. This is the place. Hopefully, we can talk more about Liberia, and hoping that, the political landscape will be silver enough that our people can be informed to make the right decision politically. But before Massa coming with the next segment, this has been a burning concern of many of the folks regarding you, Honorable Boakai. They know that you're an honest man. They know that you've served the country well, but they don't see what have you done. Some people say, "What has Boakai done? What's the tangible?" Could you just say one or two of the things that you've done so the Liberian people tonight can hold on to something and say, instead of just this man is so honest, that's all he is, what else can he show?
Okay, when I left school,
You see, Volcano Shelton is not being fair in his question, all right? Let me tell you why. Volcano Shelton is leading Boakai to answer the question by providing him with some part of the answer already. The people know you are an honest man. It's none of your business to say that. It's not your business. Ask Joseph Boakai, from your professional background, from your ethical stand-up, how can you present yourself based on these different categories? Who is Joseph Boakai? Why does he want to be president? And let Joseph Boakai explain. But you can't say Joseph Boakai is an honest. People say you're an honest man, you got honesty, and you work. What is your experience? That is a very premature question over there. But again, some of these guys really want to get a job. So they will ask the easier question. These guys are looking for a job. They will ask the easier question, folks. Now listen to how they make them answer the question.
Yes, when I left college, the first thing I did was to go up country and work. And I worked with LPMC. There, we managed the agriculture program. We planted the nurseries for coffee, cocoa, and oil palm distributed to farmers. We purchased produce from farmers, we mail it, we ship it. LPMC was a very viable entity. And because of what we did there, normally when you are transferred of country, it is expected that you remain there, but I was made the first Liberian managing director, meaning that I will be the first person who has the best orientation in the agriculture sector, because I went from planting, nurseries, and things, from marketing, coffee, cocoa for LPMC, very viable. Then to go to be the Minister of Agriculture, managing huge agriculture projects of LCADP, BCADP, NCRDP, presiding over 20 supporting boards and working there. And I work, people always ask, what did you do? I can't say it on TV and recount all what. Unfortunately, maybe our country got record of only maybe people are.
Well, we are staying in Lofa County. Like I told you this morning, we are on our way. And, we've been going to towns and villages to interact with the people and disabuse the minds of Liberians that say Lofa County is the stronghold of Joseph Boakai. So a young man just walked up to me and want to express his dissatisfaction on the speculations in Montserrado County. So let me get your name.
My name is Amara M. Trawale Jr. Many people call me Master Warris, and I'm the chairman and the founder of the movement of the downtrodden youth of Bonjama District.
So, and you walked to me very angry this morning, and what is the reason for that anger that you came to me with?
I'm very desperate, even more than anger, because people sit in Monrovia there and say that this place is already controlled by the Vice President Joseph Boakai. That is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. You know, we the Levines, we are even disappointed over Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership.
What do you mean you are disappointed? Boakai being a man from Lofa County, and you being from Lofa County, then you say you're disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
And that's the thing, in fact, that we mislead us, because he's from Lofa County, so we should vote him in even if he is not qualified for the position.
You mean Boakai is not qualified?
Well, qualification does not have to only deal with education. He got the education, but the experience to move this country forward, he doesn't have it, because he's been on board for the past 12 years. What he didn't do, you anticipate him to do something more than that? That's the area where the disqualification comes in. I'm not saying that he's not educated, but he is not qualified to move this country forward. And the kind of a conception, the kind of a mind the people have in Monrovia there, they sit and say this place controlled by Joseph Boakai is lie. You know, you know very well we were in Bakedu yesterday. I'm from Bakedu anyway.
Oh, you're from Bakedu?
I'm from Bakedu anyway, the Kodogoni district. You know, you were there yesterday and you saw the kind of momentum. You know, and even when George Weah entered the town a couple of days ago, the entire Bonjama was on fire politically. When Joseph Boakai came, this town was looking like it was even sleeping.
You joking?
You know? I'm not joking. I'm telling you something from the bottom of my heart. I'm a mastercratic leader. I control 315 members of 315 youth in this district. And let me tell you something. Joseph Boakai has no tangibles to point at in Lofa here. If anybody is daring me, let anybody come up and say Joseph Boakai has chicken horse in Bonjama here, not to even talk about building. You understand? You traveled yesterday to Kolahu. Okay, I was even thinking that I said, let the protocol not take the decision for George Weah to go to Foya, because this guy couldn't come back. And that's the hometown road of Joseph Boakai. You saw the road, how it's horrible, very horrendous. You understand? The road is bad, to say the least. You understand? Charity begins at home. If this man cannot do anything for Lofa, he didn't do anything for Lofa for the past 12 years, what do you expect out of him? Let's not be joking here, man. Let's not be joking. You know, the driver can change, but the car will still remain. Oh, Madam Salim, Joseph Boakai, they form in the same predicament. We can't elect them for another 24 years. You know, what will we be doing? So you want to tell me that the only one that have the brain to run this country?
So you say, what part of Lofa specifically you from?
I'm from Kwaduboni district. Specifically, I'm from Marvin Gonedu. Marvin Gonedu is in the Kwaduboni district. It's one of the renowned towns in the Kwaduboni district. I'm not far from the home of Dr. Edward Biankesari, the founder of the Unity Party. Unity Party is for Lofians. But Lofians are tired with the Unity Party. You understand? If the Unity Party could have another driver, maybe the sympathizers of Unity Party could be much. If it had gone another driver. But the driver is still the same.
So you say the Lofa citizens are angry with Boakai because you can't point out any tangible, one single tangible.
Nothing of the sort. You know why? Joseph Boakai is associated with people who have already failed this county. You know.
And who are some of those people?
Even every time he comes here, the incumbent, Honorable Mayanwu Biyan Fofana. Honorable Mayanwu Biyan Fofana, my own Madingo sister from Kwaduboni district, has failed the district. We were moving up and down behind her to 2011. But now she failed us and she wants us again to re-elect her. It can't work. Senator George Tengbe on the United Party ticket. Those are the failures that are behind Joseph Boakai. So I'm sorry, he's not going to go anywhere because the people of Labour County are disenchanted over their leadership. Let not somebody sit down in Monrovia and say Lofa is for Joseph Boakai. You'll be making a very grievous mistake.
So what is your final message to the people? You got hundreds of people all around the world that are looking at you.
This message could go even beyond what we anticipate. You understand? I want this message to go forward. Let it go through the length and breadth of this country that Joseph Boakai does not have
any political control over Lofa County. Lofa is divided over the leadership of Joseph Boakai. You understand? The only thing people can say here in Lofa is that he served as the managing director for LPMC normal days. That's not enough. 24 years in government, I still to be corrected, but I think he has spent more than 24 years in government.
In 40 years.
40 years. What does he want now? Let him go back and build his home. Foyatinga, I think that's the area he's from.
Oh, from Foyatinga.
No road there. No road. You saw the road yesterday.
Very terrible.
No road. So how many years we should sit again for the Bangam and the Kama road to be fixed? We know that Josh Weah is the only option. The alternative choice to political freedom, social, economical freedom in this country, for us to get over this dodging, is not to re-elect any members of the Unity Party. Let us carry Josh Weah. I interacted with Josh Weah yesterday. I saw him. I said, but wait now. There is a man, so common man, like this. It means that when this man is at the executive marshal tomorrow, nobody will be afraid to go around him. You know, I was speaking to him. I said, you know, you were my friend. I'm sorry for that expression. No, but he's so too down to earth. And I'm not seeing a reason why we shouldn't give this leadership to Josh Weah. I don't know why. I don't know why. And this question seems to be very rhetorical. Why can't we elect Josh Weah to liberate us economically?
The people say Josh Weah ain't no book. That's the reason why we're not.
And you know why? I'm an expert in English. That's the reason why they call me Master of Words. When Josh Weah was speaking to people yesterday, because people say those things here and there that he doesn't speak good English, I was standing by his side, listening to the final pronunciation of his words. The ED, the SRED, the ZRED, and he got everything intact. This guy is eloquent. Very, very eloquent. Very, very eloquent indeed. I evaluated his speech. Very, very eloquent. Yeah, very, very eloquent. You know, to know that somebody speaks good English, not only the vocabulary, but you got the subject verb agreement, the pronoun antecedent, the cases of the pronouns, and everything was intact. I'm not seeing any politician that can speak with logic right now in Liberia than Josh Weah. Not only the English, but the logic. The logic.
So what is? We are on our way to Bakedu now, and I'm sure you will be with the team.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say to the people of Bakedu?
When we get into Bakedu, you will see the rousing welcome. The ceremony will be very electric.
They are just living in an illusion.
Very, very electric.
That when they get there,
they can't wait to see George Manning Weah and Joel Howard Taylor. You understand? It's electro ticket. Electro ticket. You understand? Party Goni. You know, people say it's the birthplace of the Unity Party. But the people, you know, I mean, of the Party Goni now, they are disenchanted. They are disappointed. You know, in the leadership of those that are moving the Unity Party forward. If we have another driver other than Joseph Boakai, they have to make an alternative choice. But in this case, Joseph Boakai being...
But why you so angry with Boakai? Why are you so angry?
He's not doing anything for us. No, Abu, you been here. Has anybody shown you in Fojama here what Joseph Boakai has done? Look at, we standing now seeing Zago Hotel over there. Before Zago became senator of this county, he has already made mark. He got tangibles to point at. But Joseph Boakai has not got even the slightest chicken house.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. You know, because to build a chicken house is not difficult. Just for a chicken to sleep. He doesn't have it yet. I know many people will get angry with me over the statement I'm making, but it's the truth. And if you were to interview another person, a logical person, I'm not talking about a fool. Because only a fool will support Joseph Boakai. But any logical person will tell you that Joseph Boakai is not a political material to move this country forward, and the people of Lofa have not resolved to carry him. Everybody is divided. You understand? I agree, he got some supporters here, but he does not have an absolute control over this county. So let the people in Monrovia hear that, let the whole world hear it. I wish this thing could be extended on the Facebook, but people even
it's already on Facebook.
It's already on Facebook. People in the diaspora to even hear it. If you're hearing me now on the Facebook, everywhere, every part of the world, I'm telling you that Joseph Boakai is not a solution to Liberia's problem. It's not a solution. You understand?
Yeah.
Let us make an alternative choice. And that choice, brilliantly, is George Manning Weah. We believe he can move us forward. He has done it in the past.
He can do it now, and he can do it in the future. If I continue talking for even the next 2 hours, I will not get tired to disprove the prove the weakness.
This president speaking to you.
Ambassador, I was just telling them that a witness will go on Facebook to tell them that Joseph Boakai does not have control over this place here. And the alternative choice is George Mane Weah. I'm speaking now, Ambassador Weah is here. The whole world here is.
Very, very divisive. Now you see what Samuel Kanye do fire him. Now you see why Amos Sawyer fire him, but Amos Sawyer is a loser. Now you see him coming back now to lie to the Liberian people, but thank God some of us are still alive and know that Joseph Boakai will fire privately. Now you see why Ellen Jones said he did not support Joe Boakai because Ellen know Joe Boakai got a very, very inconsistent character. Let me progress here, folks. Let me progress.
You know something where we can fix it. That's the way people go about working in a group and trying to work as colleagues to be able to resolve issues and to restore the confidence of the people who supported you.
So the last question on that segment of the CPP, I hear that you guys got your convention coming up, and delegates will go to decide who's going to be representing the CPP. Will you be were you going to accept any outcome, whether it's not you or...
Shelton, before the convention, we have to build a consensus.
Okay.
We are not reserving to that. If the consensus doesn't work, we go to the VPS. We are not going into that. I don't see us jumping to the last part of it because those processes have to be followed.
Now, let me remind you of something here. All right? Maybe you forgot. And I'm not going to bring all the video here. The question that Volcano just asked Joseph Boakai, he's not laying out all the different steps involved, right? But do you remember? All right? Do you remember when Super George asked Joseph Boakai, are you willing to be vice president? And Joseph Boakai said, I cannot be vice president. At that time, Joseph Boakai did not speak to the issue of the process involved. But he looked in the face of Super George at LBS and said, I cannot be vice president anymore. So why now Joseph Boakai is coming back and talking about process? The people already know Joseph Boakai is going to be their candidate in our party. But this old man is very dishonest. The dishonesty of Joseph Boakai will make him to lose again. He's not honest. Think about what he said all the time. Don't forget, you see, you guys on Facebook, you guys are so emotional, especially the supporters of Joseph Boakai and the other political party leaders. You allow your emotional control to take charge of your, rather than looking at the logic. Joseph Boakai came. That's why you see, so now it's good to do your due diligence. If Volcano Shelter had done a due diligence, like how I'm saying it now, and Joseph Boakai said we should take process and then pause that thing and say, Joseph Boakai, Honorable Boakai, I got a tape here for you. And say, let's listen to this. Joseph Boakai, are you willing to be a vice president? No, Super George, I cannot be a vice president. Honorable Boakai, do you still stand by that word? Or are you taking a different approach today? And the purpose for that reflection is to tell you that Joseph Boakai is very inconsistent. But because most of the guys that run these shows, they don't do their due diligence, or either because they are in the corner of some of the political leaders, they ask them easy questions. But on the J. Randy show, I don't care that two people here, you will get that information and you'll be empowered. So that way you can see who is actually going to help that country change. These guys are not honest. They are not honest. They are not asking the real question. Hello, didn't you hear Joseph Boakai the other time telling you in the presence of Super George that I cannot be vice president? And the man just asking, are you willing? And he said, oh, we got to go through the process. If we got to go through consensus. Why you didn't talk about the consensus? The inconsistency of Joseph Boakai is going to harm the country. It will harm the country. But people are not seeing it right now.
They're part of the agreement. They're part of a document, and we must make sure that those things happen. When I go back, we have to both put them back to the table and follow them. That's the process. The convention is the last part of anything.
So the outcome, you will live with it.
Oh, precisely. We follow them to the letter. Sure.
Okay. Okay. So let me bring Moses in. We're going to be looking at the next segment, the assessment of the political and governance climate, including the fight against graft and corruption in Liberia. Moses?
Yeah, Mr. Boakai, you have said a lot about happenings in Liberia. So if I were to put it to you, what would you say is your personal assessment of the current political situation in Liberia?
Moses, I think we all know, and it goes beyond ourselves internationally. We are not in the best of situation. The country, whether you take over, I mean, I don't mind people playing partisan role, but the reality on the ground is that the country is bleeding. Them to the letter, sure.
Okay. Okay. So let me bring Moses in. We're going to be looking at the next segment, the assessment of.
So, guys, let us listen to the gentleman that is above the lady, Moses Sandy. He asked a very important question, and I want you and I to listen to that question again, and I will tell you what is going on. All right? So let's listen again.
The political and governance climate, including the fight against graft and corruption in Liberia. Moses?
Yeah, Mr. Boakai, you have said a lot about happenings in Liberia. So if I were to put it to you, what would you say is your personal assessment of the current political situation in Liberia?
Did you hear the question? Yes, I want to bring your attention to that question. Did you hear the question? The question is asked of Joseph Boakai. What is your political assessment of the situation in the country? I hope you got that question. What is your political assessment of the situation in the country? Now, let us put on our full attention and listen to how Boakai is going to answer that question. Let's listen now. All right? Let's listen to Boakai.
Moses, I think we all know, and it goes beyond ourselves internationally. We are not in the best of situation. The country, whether you take over, I mean, I don't mind people playing partisan role, but the reality on the ground is that the country is bleeding. You can see the moment you get to Monrovia, you see the situation on the ground and the streets, the filth of the city, the educational system, the children out of school, people selling in the street, disorderliness, and you can see what is happening. Insecurity, all of these. There's no way to sit down and deceive yourself and say things are all right when you know very well they're not all right. So we are not in a healthy situation.
So what?
All right. So here I wanted to say here. He gave his own assessment, and I'll give it to him. But what do you think will be the follow-up question to Joseph Boakai from you guys who are interviewing Joseph Boakai? What will be the follow-up question? He had given me a personal assessment, right? So let's listen to see what will be the follow-up question from you guys, and then I will tell you what's going on. All right? So let's listen.
What is the best way forward for Liberia?
No, but you can't do it.
What is the best way forward? That's the question I want you to listen to now. Boakai had given his assessment. Children are in school, insecurity, bad economy, yada, 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 right? So he's right. We're getting a big hand clap. But they got to follow up with him now. What is the solution? Hello, before we get to the end, the Joseph Boakai answer. Who is Joseph Boakai again? He is a political candidate who wants to replace who? George Weah. He described what happened in the country. Now they're asking him now for, technically, for his political party statement of purpose. What would be his agenda to change what he listed for you? Let's listen to how he's going to answer that question now. Yes. Are you ready? Let me progress.
I can't sit here and say the best way forward for Liberia is for the leadership to see that the country is not being governed.
Joseph Boakai just told you, I cannot provide an answer for you, but the leadership of the country. You already identified the problem that the leadership cannot solve. And the man asks you, what is the way forward? Then you telling the man, I cannot provide any answer for you, but the leadership in the country. What does that tell you about Joseph Boakai, folks? This man absolutely, he has no plan. He will identify the problem, but he got no solution. Listen to him more here. Listen to him more.
Properly, that the situation is not good. When a foreign diplomat can openly, for the first time that I see, sit down and say, your city is the dirtiest in the world. That had never happened before. But we know the truth. We know what is occurring. So it's not my role to strengthen that now. It's the role of the leaders that are in charge to.
Isn't this time the perfect opportunity for Joseph Boakai to inform his followers what his administration will do? Think about any politician, South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, America, China, whatever some form of democracy is practiced, and a political leader is asked such a question, what is the way forward? You don't have to be in there before you look for the way forward. Do you think a Boakai has a plan? That's why I keep asking you, what is Boakai's plan that is going to separate him from Ellen and will be better than George Weah? The man asking, what is your assessment in the country? Boakai lay all the assessment. We all like, yes. What is the way forward? Boakai said he cannot provide an answer for you. Until he get elected, then he will determine the way forward. You see some of the incompetence, you see the people around Boakai, how they just using Boakai to get up there. If I were to ask you, you went to Liberia, and I said, what is the situation, how the situation in the country there? And you told me everything. And I said, what do you think are some of the ways that we can solve the problem? Oh, I'm not in leadership, so I can't do anything. You want to tell me if people drinking dirty water, you will not even tell me, say, Randy, I think the water need to be filtered a little bit. But Joseph Boakai is telling you that he cannot answer any question right now. That tells me that Joseph Boakai is not ready to be president of the country. He doesn't have what it takes. What it takes means he doesn't have the leadership. He doesn't have the strategy. He doesn't have the plan. I'm not against Joseph Boakai because I hate Joseph Boakai. I see Joseph Boakai as somebody who is not ready to be president of that country. If this old man cannot answer that simple question, Joseph Boakai, come up with a solution. The suffering in the country, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. The insecurity, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. My economic team, my security team from my party will do X, Y, Z. The statistic of X, Y, Z is up here. We are monitoring that statistic, and our plan will focus on X, Y, Z. Joseph Boakai is telling you, and then you got people cheering for Joseph Boakai. You follow me now? Now you see why people don't watch my show? Because I'm not here to come play fun with them. All the people you see supporting Joseph Boakai, they didn't get a damn about that country. And Joseph Boakai is proving it here to you guys tonight. 2 questions. What is the problem and what is the solution? What I always told you guys on my show, the central message of any political party is identify the problem, find a solution to the problem, and determine the direction of the country. Joseph Boakai cannot articulate that. He cannot articulate that. Any any political party statement of purpose or any politician, they will be able to identify the problem, they will discuss about the solution, and they will tell you where the direction of the country wants to go. And my question to Joseph Boakai, what is the current situation in the country now? And what direction Joseph Boakai want to take this country into? That's what Joseph Boakai there for you. You guys are going to put our country into a mess. You need to find somebody better. You need to find somebody better. Or just put your we are right back in there. But not Joseph Boakai. The fact that the man cannot tell you that he got his alternative solution. An alternative solution to what is happening in the country. And say, I cannot tell you now. What makes him to be a candidate better than George Weah? Wow. Anyway, let me progress.
To know that the situation is real. People we have problem in the country. That's what, and don't make reference to the past, because the reason you come to leadership is that you tell people that you can do better, that you are there to correct them. So to make reference to what did you people do and what didn't you people do, that's not the point. That's why they brought you there. So the leadership must, exercise that leadership. That's why when you become a leader, they give you all the resources, material, human, so you can make good use of them. And that's the role you're supposed to play. So the leadership, you understand that that's what they.
So he developed his own question and he developed his own answer. He developed his own question and he developed his own answer. But that was not the question, though. The question was, what direction would you want to take the country to? And then he came out and started to explain, but you're going to take this, you're going to take this. This old man is very incompetent, folks. He doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. I'm sorry. You guys are going to put somebody, the wrong person in there, and that will be Joseph Boakai. This pop, he's not fit to be in there. I'm not lying to you guys. He's not fit to be in there. He's not fit to be in there. Let's listen more.
Yeah. So the leadership.
Are you in any way implying that we as Liberia is a failed state?
We may have not come to that because I'm not the one to come.
Now, instead of this guy, you see, one thing I don't like about Liberian politics, including the journalists, this guy who asking the question now, he knows very well the question the pop answer is not in the right direction. Instead of him following up with a question and say, but I know you identified the issue in the country, right? Yes, children out there, poor environment, not so much many job in the country. But what will a Boakai administration, just in case of the conversation, what will a Boakai administration do to change things around? They are now willing to ask those questions because the very guy you see as some of them are also looking for a job. They are looking for a job. So they want to ask the pimple question. And if they don't begin to ask the guy the tough question, we are going nowhere. Now, because Boakai had explained about we are now, he's leaning in that Boakai corner now to start asking questions about we are. But we already know, the man already told that we are in a problem. What is the direction that you want to take the country? Boakai cannot answer that question. And then Moses guy now is leading Boakai in the wind or the direction of the wind to make this thing. That's not a good interview for me, folks. That's not a good interview for me. Yes. They're not making Boakai to be strong enough. Boakai is not convincing to me. He may be convincing to his follower, but not to me. They're making him very, very lazy. He's not ready to be president.
But there's something we say that in a situation where, you know, the event that lead to that failed state, when the country is created, country like Liberia as the poorest, when the country like Liberia said everything is on the downside, probably we may not be there, but we probably might be heading there, and I pray that we don't.
Okay. So let's look at the government's commitment to fighting graft. Do you think Mr. Weah and his officials are committed to fighting corruption in Liberia?
Well, we are all fighting. We are all committed to saying it.
Okay.
The only way to show it is by doing it. So we look forward to him doing it, because all of us, the same thing that you say and I say, it sounds like an opposition saying it, but we all know the situation in the country. So we hope that Mr. Weah can begin to do something that will show the Liberian society that they are fighting corruption. I haven't seen much of it.
Okay. Okay. So how is the economic?
You see the pop? It's a very cunning pop. And I will try to expose him tonight. It's a very sneaky pop. When a negative question is asked against George Weah, he will answer it good. But when they ask him about all the negative things against Weah, what positive solution do you have? He cannot answer it. I want you to keep that pattern that he's building for himself. He will say the government, the country right now on the government is so bad off, nothing is working right now. But then when they ask him, what will you do? Then he will reply and say, I'm not in the leadership right now. All right. Is the government fighting corruption? Well, you know, I know what they're doing over there, but for me, I'm not seeing it. But then what will you do in your administration to fight corruption? Oh, I'm not in the leadership, so I will not say anything towards that. He's not being honest. You are seeing a man that will cause more problem for you and our country than what you're going through right now. These journalists are not honest. I don't see an honest journalist asking the tough question to challenge the political leaders. Because if they understand that for 174 years, our country have been going through missed opportunity and we need to find the rightful people, they have been very dishonest to themselves. They are not holding the guys up to any high standard of the office they want to take. And that's what I want you to understand from me here. I want you to understand that a Boakai cannot tell you what direction he wants to take the country, even though he identified the problem that is happening under the Weah administration or within the Weah administration in Liberia and cannot provide an alternative. What makes you think that Boakai is the best person? He's not. For me, he's not. He cannot articulate any issue. Neither does he have any solution at all. Boakai is not a choice. Eddie knew it. Most of the people know it. The people who didn't put Boakai up front because they feel that most of the older generation and the guys who are in their mid-30s, 40s, that don't see any light at the end of the tunnel and see Joe Boakai as their last bus stop, that's majority of that category of people that want to support Joe Boakai because they don't care what Joe Boakai plan is. They don't care to ask Joe Boakai whether he really going to separate himself from Ellen and be better than George Weah. That's the question I want you to take away today. Can Joe Boakai, can Joe Boakai tell us whether he support Ellen's political agenda that he's worked alongside with her for 12 years? Does he still support that? If the answer is no, does Joe Boakai have his political agenda that is different from Ellen? And what is that agenda starting with the economy? What is his economic plan? And is that plan going to be better off than George Weah? What direction George Weah is going and what will be his direction? If Joe Boakai answers the question with supporting evidence Then I can come here and tell you, say, you got a president in waiting who will at least give you guys the hope. But I don't see it in Joe Boakai. I don't see it.
Situation is I'm understanding that the government intends to infuse.
They're just asking again, what is the economic situation? And you heard it. What is the economic situation? Now, let's listen again. Apparently, you missed the first one. I paused it to give you the opportunity to listen to the second question again. It is a direct question to Joe Boakai. What is the economic situation in the country? Let's listen to Joseph Boakai now answer.
Millions of Liberian dollars, and the current exchange rate between the U.S. and the Liberian dollars, it seems that there has been some form of appreciation in the Liberian dollars. However, the prices of goods on the market remain extremely high. When you make of this situation?
Well, that's when you say whether appreciation, whether the currency is appreciating and the prices are remaining the same or even higher. The thing about printing money is that if that's all we're going to do, soon then the inflation rate will overtake the country, because if all you're doing printing money and the sources of the economy, the investment climate, it's not improved, and there are no new foreign money infusion in the country, whether printing money is going to help us. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that is the answer. And I do believe that there's a lot of hardship for people who have been gathering their resources, their Liberian dollars, with the hope of purchasing in the U.S., and all of a sudden the rate falls so drastically over a short period of time. You can know that will increase hardship on the people.
How the government in terms of adhering to the rule of law?
Joseph Boakai didn't do too well with that question. And that's one of the reasons why I'm calling on all political party leaders in our country. You need to establish a political policy department. It is a requirement. It is a voluntary requirement that each political party put together a team of policy individuals. The man told you that the U.S. rate is dropping. What is your assessment? And you say, oh, when the money drops, that does not mean that it's going to solve the problem. But then what do you have in regards to that? He cannot articulate that. This answer was very poor. The poorest so far. Yeah, very, very poor question. Answer. Very, very poor. Joe Boakai got no idea about the economy, how the economy of any country works. He got no idea. He just walked the answer. He answered the question like a 3rd or 5th grade student. Nothing Joseph Boakai knew about the economy. He got no idea about the economy. He cannot even articulate anything. What is driving the U.S. rate to go down, or what is so the way it is? Joseph Boakai don't have no. All Joseph Boakai people are just people who come and act like they know everything, but they know nothing. That question about the economy, Joseph Boakai can. So that tells you also that Joseph Boakai doesn't have any economic plan for that country. He got absolutely no idea. No idea. You guys are staring at another issue that will come upon the Liberian people. You need to look for some. And I'm not here to recommend anybody to you guys. I think Thomas may ask that question. Who do you support? I don't support anybody, but what I would say here, I need to see a leader, as you call a political leader, who will come here and tell you or give you 5 political party statements of purpose that will commit him or her to solving our Liberian problem little by little. 2, build a policy team around him or her who will give every one of us the idea as to how they are going to begin to take on the challenges in the country based on their policy as they discuss one issue to another, the environment, the economy, the infrastructure, the health, and discuss this thing based on the party political agenda. And let us get to see who the individuals are with their background and education and experience. Until I see those things, I'm not going to support any of these guys. Joseph Boakai right now is the least that I have seen so far, because I would like to see more interview. So Joseph Boakai going and having this series of interview is good, but he is the least so far. You know how come, you know, like in the English Premier League or any league, when the first round go, you see all the teams that get good points. Joseph Boakai is going from one place to another, but this old man got no idea ever running anything in that country. That tells me that he doesn't even have a plan, because a plan will encourage you to run your agenda. Joseph Boakai got absolutely nothing. Let's make progress here, folks.
Moses, the government, we can tell. I mean, the rule of law. You see what is happening. People are being killed everywhere. I mean, you can see.
But they asked the Pope a question. What do you make of the rule of law in the country? Then you tell it generally, you see. What sense does that make? The question is being asked of you. What do you make of the rule of law in the country? That answer should be coming from you. My make of the rule of law in the country as I live in that country. And then you all learn it. But you say, Moses, you see and I see. That is more of a kindergarten answer than an elementary answer. All right? You see how Joseph Boakai is so vulnerable when you got the wrong people around him? They're not prepping the man to discuss any issue. These guys you see on Facebook passing around here, they only want job. That's all they want. And they know that Liberian people don't believe in some of the things that we try to bring clarity to. Why will you tell the general you see what's going on in the country? Now listen to how you're going to finish that answer. Listen to him.
All the violation of human rights, and you say how they are adhering to the rule of law. I think they'll be the best people to answer, because we are there. We praying for our safety. We praying to make sure that our people can.
You see how he misinforming the people now? You see how Joseph Boakai misinforming the people? Now you see how he's misinforming the people? What is your assessment in the country as it relates to security? Moses, you see what happened in the country. People dying here, people doing this. Let's wait for the government. It's almost like someone who left from here, a private citizen who went to the country. They don't want to be nobody in the country. And came across you and you ask them, what is your assessment of the security in the country? Oh, people just die in the country there. People just doing this. Let's wait to see. Joseph Boakai, you say you want to be president, and you cannot provide any alternative answer to what happening in the country. That is why I'm saying today, see only here, Joseph Boakai supporter need to revise their assumption that he is a direct replacement of George Weah. No. For what I'm seeing right now, Joseph Boakai stands no chance to even replace you for any position you're holding right now, because he's very, very incompetent in articulating the issue. That means he had no idea. If killing is going on in the country, what would the Joseph Boakai administration be like? Joseph Boakai is not even selling himself to say, you know what, these are the things that are going on in the country. Indiscriminate killing. Government is not investigating. People are living innocently. I believe that a Joseph Boakai administration, such a thing will not happen, because for every life that is taken in a very suspicious way, other than a natural death, I will do X, Y, Z. Joseph Boakai is not selling himself to you like that. Let's leave it to the government. Let's leave it to the government. That is a very perfect way to run a campaign against Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai, those of you who are in the CDC camp and the opposition, you need to take the clip. Joseph Boakai, what is your assessment of the security situation? Let's leave it with the government. Then the government can come and say, we are making progress. What the government needs to do now is to begin to find closure to most of the killing and start prosecuting people. Joseph Boakai is done when it comes to security and the protection of Liberia, because he got no clue. He's telling you, let's leave it to the government. How can you be a political leader and you want to leave things to the existing government? Does that make you to be a leader to have control over the country? No.
Move around freely and adjust it will be rendered to the people. We can tell that there's a lot of effort that's needed to be made.
Come in, Maza.
No, I'm coming right now. This is the intermission. I will quickly want to remind our viewers and listeners wherever you are across the world. You're in the issues room tonight. We have with us the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, who is also the standard bearer of the Unity Party and current chairman of the collaborating political parties. He's visiting the U.S. He's here as part of his uh, continued, networking to build the needed support for Liberia. He said that he's here uh, visiting family and friends and continuing the network, but he's also hoping to carry some medical supplies back to the country in the coming weeks. His itinerary is jam-packed. He's here with us for another, probably 10, 15 minutes. But just before we continue, we want to say to you, Honorable Boakai, please don't let this be your first and your last time with us here in the issues room. We're looking forward to many of this kind of conversation.
Human Boakai. He's our guest right on the Bumbo Show. And like I said today, I'm relinquishing the show to my friend and brother, Jala Gritfield. And so today's my departing edition, and I'm pleased to have as my guest the Honorable former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Vic, how you doing?
I'm great.
Once a Vice President is always a Vice President.
Sure.
I know. Okay, first let's hear from you. Since you left the Vice Presidency, what have you been doing with your private life?
I'm a farmer. I have my farm, and besides that, I have a foundation that has been helping to give relief, to seek support, in providing medical facilities, and working with schools and organizations. I've been quite busy.
Been quite busy. Now, are you still in contact with your former boss, the former President of the Republic of Liberia?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Please go close to the microphone.
Yes, sure. I'd talk with her.
And how's the relationship like?
From my end, I consider it good because, we never had a bad relationship, and I speak to her. I visited her, and so there's nothing bad between us as far as I know.
But from her end, because when you say from my end, it means that probably there's something.
Well, because when you talk about a relationship, it's two ways. I talk to her, I visited her, and I know when we meet, we speak frankly. So I don't think I have any qualms with that.
Is a visitation? Is it frequent?
Well, it's not regular. It's not frequent because we are all busy. She is in and out of the country, and at this time in our country, everybody's busy, and because of the COVID, people don't go around very much. Okay. But we keep in contact as and when we can.
Are you following the case involving Brani Samokai? Yes, I can remember you were talking to Lofa Kane over Cool Bangalo. And unfortunately, he's now been embroiled in serious legal uncertainty. Are you following that?
Of course. On a daily basis, yes, I do.
So what's your feelings about that? Somebody whose hands, in fact, you lifted and you expected that person today would have won. Unfortunately, he's still, involved in, that legal orders.
I wasn't involved in Brano Samuka being knowledgeable that Brahmana Samuka will at some point in time be subjected to what he's been subjected to. we went with Brownie Samuka believing that he was the best candidate and he would have won.
The best candidate.
And of course, we consulted the legal people, and they assured us that there was nothing wrong with his participation in the process. And he won. So we did what we were supposed to have done. Now, whatever comes after that are things that maybe he probably will answer for himself, and then we follow the process.
If you were to advise him, being a father, elderly man, a statesman, if you were to advise him with the sort of legal hurdles he finds himself in, would you have advised him to just back off and call his supporters and say, look, let me thank all of you, but let me leave now because I can't continue to be...
I suppose I wouldn't, because I think within the country, everything that we get involved to set a precedent. It teaches a lesson. It shows the strength of our democracy, the rule of law. So it's an exercise that we will follow and see how it ends, because Brownie Samuka probably might be the first, but he won't be the last, and we know that subsequent issues of that nature might come about. But I continue to make sure that the process goes on with his involvement. He hasn't come to the point where he says, I'm no longer in it, so I wouldn't advise him to do that.
But do you see what he's going through? What he's going through is justified?
Well, I can tell you the best steel goes through the hardest fire. Maybe it wasn't Brownie Samuka, it wouldn't have been what it is, but I think for himself, he hasn't come to the point where he would tell me, this is too much, I'm no longer in it, until he says that we are with him.
Now the question I ask, whether you think it's justified, or the legal uncertainty that he has hanging on him now?
Well, we live in a country, it should be a country of law, and if the legal people think that this is a process and we expect that it's fair, we'll follow up with it, because I cannot sit here and say it's not a justifiable process. But I think at the end of it, we will prove ourselves to our country and to the world whether we are serious about the rule of law when we say it.
Now, the opposition bloc, Mr. Former Vice President, it's really riddled with infighting and internal wrangling. If you went into your CPP, they see more internal wrangling. You went to the LP, that's the Liberation Party, People Liberation Party, the same noise, Liberty, the same noise. What do you think is happening? What's the source of all the noise?
Our democracy, we an old country, but I think you know very well that the proliferation of political parties, the political interests of the people have been aroused about a couple of years, and everybody wants to get a taste of it. And so people are involved. And also, the society is of such that everybody get involved into everything. So either by the players themselves or by their supporters, you will continue to hear noise. You will hear noise from people from different angles, from their advisors. But this is the process of democracy, and we are in it.
The noise that is obtaining, the people hearing about in the CPP, it's getting to be a longer-standing political standoff between you and Cummins. What's the situation?
I don't think it is. There's no standing between me and Cummins. There are issues that we need to discuss. There are issues that need to be brought to the forefront that we all should talk about. And I believe when we came together as a collaboration, we didn't come together to fight. We came together believing that all of us could work together for the betterment of this country. And at some point, I would believe that issues that among us should be discussed among us and come up, because we are not rivals. At least that's not the impression with which we came. So the way in which issues have been going out there is not the way that we had expected, because we should be a team, and a team should discuss, a team should meet and discuss issues that will make them look like they're working together.
But the impression that the public is getting is that you people are not meeting, you people are not talking. I can remember there's a meeting held or convened last week, and Combs walked out of the meeting because you didn't have agenda.
It is not true. It is not true that there wasn't an agenda. There's no meeting without an agenda. He had disagreed to an issue that shouldn't have been that way. If you want to know, we got together for whatever meeting is called. There is an agenda. You're going to go discuss something. And the first agenda was to introduce people that we had appointed, including himself Cummings, to investigate the issues of the framework document. And as soon as we called the people in, he had a disagreement that we didn't have the authority to call the people, that it was another entity within the CPP that was supposed to do, and we disagree on that, because we felt that we, the political leaders, were the one who nominated the people, including himself, and that we were the ones who were supposed to invite them. And upon that, he walked out. So the matter that we are 4 political parties that came together and agreed to work together, I think it should be so simple that when we have an issue, we sit together and resolve the issues. Walking out doesn't show too much of willingness to work as a team.
Now, what happened in the CPP? Your critics could describe it as just simply greed, that's all.
I don't say greed. Is a process by which the participants are saying we have to come up with a process through which we can get a candidate that will lead the process. You already heard there are 4 political parties, 2 of which have said we feel no candidate. That's not greed. That is agreeing to a process. So if 2 that remain are aware that the other 2 are not willing to field a candidate, then there's a process that is going on. And so I don't think that is greed. That is a process that is acceptable, that 2 of the 4 say they are not fielding candidate. So the 2 that remain that want to field candidate should be willing to do so.
So it means that the coalition may not understand.
I shouldn't say so, because the intent was for it to stand. And we are in a process. We haven't got to that yet.
Because, and are you worried, Mr. Former Vice President, that what is happening is telling negatively on the parts of the opposition bloc, which consider itself a government in waiting?
Yes, when you come together for a purpose, and you come to the point where everything that you work towards, things that can be handled within the agreement, are out in the media in a negative way, there's a reason for those who believe in you to say, well, I don't think these people are willing to work together. Our duty is to continue to ensure that we come back to the table and make the process work.
So how do you ensure that you come back to the table? Because the impression now that you are giving the electorate is that this is PP, apparently it's not a serious coalition that we should put our votes behind, because here they are, they can even agree over who becomes their leader.
We haven't come to that yet. The process that we're on is quite well laid out in the framework document, and the process is on course, not until we come to the point where we decide we cannot agree to it. All of what is happening are processes along the way. So we ask the public to please be patient, make sure that we get back to the table to decide a way forward.
Now, what it will cost you, Mr. former Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, if we decided in the morning that, look, let me go second to commies?
I don't think I can get to that point.
Why?
I can tell you definitely that I've served my role as a second, and it is not, again, my calling to be second.
It's not your calling to be second.
Mm-mm.
So this time around you want to be first.
That's right.
So if it means that if commies does not agree, what happens?
We didn't say that if one person, if there are two people, and one of them decide not to go second, we said within our set structure, there's here an option to get a second person, not necessarily.
Is that this is PP, apparently it's not a serious coalition that we should put our votes behind, because here they are, they can even agree over who becomes their leader.
We haven't come to that yet. The process that we're on is quite well laid out in the framework document, and the process is on course, not until we come to the point where we decide we cannot agree to it. All of what is happening are processes along the way. So we ask the public to please be patient, make sure that we get back to the table to decide a way forward.
Now, what it will cost you, Mr. former Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, if we decided in the morning that, look, let me go second to commies?
I don't think I can get to that point.
Why?
I can tell you definitely that I've served my role as a second, and it is not, again, my calling to be second.
It's not your calling to be second.
Mm-mm.
So this time around you want to be first.
That's right.
So if it means that if commies does not agree, what happens?
We didn't say that if one person, if there are two people, and one of them decide not to go second, we said within our set structure, there's here an option to get a second person, not necessarily the next person. So Cummings or I, we have an option whether you want to be second or not.
We are getting reports that if the coalition or the disagreement still persists between you and commies, you're going to choose the political leader of the Labour Party, Yomli Kanga, as your running mate.
We haven't got to that yet. We haven't discussed any of these issues.
But I'm sure we're thinking about that.
They all remain possibilities. Everybody in the coalition is a member of the coalition and competent to play whichever role they want to play.
But I'm sure you're thinking about that.
Well, if we come to that, well, it's not a bad option, but we're not there yet.
What do you think, Mr. former Vice President, that you do have the political credentials more than that of commies? What do you think, sir?
Isn't that obvious to you that I've been vice president for 12 years? Isn't that obvious to you that I have served in many capacities in this country? Decide a way forward.
Now, what it will cost you, Mr. Former Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, if we decided in the morning that, look, let me go second to commies?
I don't think.
On the parts of the opposition bloc, which consider itself a government in waiting.
Yes, when you come together for a purpose and you come to the point where everything that you work towards, things that can be handled within the agreement are out in the media in a negative way, there's a reason for those who believe in you to say, well, I don't think these people are willing to work together. Our duty is to continue to ensure that we come back to the table and make the process work.
So how do you ensure that you come back to the table? Because the impression now that you are giving the electorate is that this is PP. Apparently it's not a serious coalition that we should put our votes behind, because here they are, they can even agree over who becomes their leader.
We haven't come to that yet. The process that we're on is quite well laid out in the framework document, and the process is on course, not until we come to the point where we decide we cannot agree to it. All of what is happening are processes along the way. So we ask the public to please be patient, make sure that we get back to the table to decide a way forward.
Now, what it will cost you, Mr. Former Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, if we decided in the morning that, look, let me go second to commies?
I don't think I can get to that point.
Why?
I can tell you definitely that I've served my role as a second, and it is not, again, my calling to be second.
It's not your calling to be second.
Mm-mm.
So this time around you want to be first.
That's right.
So if it means that if commies does not agree, what happens?
We didn't say that if one person, if there are two people, and one of them decide not to go second, we said within our set structure, there's here an option to get a second person, not necessarily the next person. So Cummings or I, we have an option whether you want to be second or not.
We are getting reports that if the coalition or the disagreements still persist between you and commies, you're going to choose the political leader of the Labour Party, Yomli Kanga, as your running mate.
We haven't got to that yet. We haven't discussed any of these issues.
But I'm sure we're thinking about that.
They all remain possibilities. Everybody in the coalition is a member of the coalition and competent to play whichever role they want to play.
But I'm sure you're thinking about that.
Well, if we come to that, well, it's not a bad option, but we're not there yet.
What do you think, Mr. Former Vice President, that you do have the political credentials more than that of commies? What do you think so?
Isn't that obvious to you that I've been vice president for 12 years? Isn't that obvious to you that I have served in many capacities in this country? Isn't that obvious to you that with my knowledge and experience, that it's about time that I excel to another level, and the only level that is left is to be the president of this country? I mean, I believe so. I believe so. If Cummings doesn't believe, it's his right not to believe. But it's my right to believe that I need to move to the next level.
So in another word, you are saying that you do have the the answers to the problems of this country than that of commies?
Definitely. I mean, in many, many of the ways, not single-handedly, but I'm capable. I know how to build a team because I've been through it. I know how to do a lot of things, and I know what the Liberians need in this country with my experience in many, many of the areas I have served. So I do believe that at this point in time, I can lead this country.
In other words, you can do anything. If even commies does not agree to go along with you, you can choose anyone.
If I become the head of the ticket, it is an option to make sure that someone within the coalition will be. Yes.
Now, what is it that you want to do, Mr. Former Vice President, differently that you didn't do some 12 years back while you were Vice President?
I like the way the question is always asked. Now, you say as Vice President, and what would I do as President?
Yes, different.
You think both of them are the same?
They should be.
You're asking what will you do as a tailor that you couldn't do as a carpenter? Are they the same?
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, because you know the Constitution of Liberia. The Constitution says the Vice President presides over the Senate without a vote, except there's a tie. I presided over the Senate. There was never a tie that I had to break. The second description of the role of the Vice President in the Constitution to assist the President. Now, to assist the President, does that mean to you that you can go and build a highway, or that you can go and put a hydro, or you can go and negotiate out of the country for... That's not the role. That's the role of the President. So are they the same? To always ask, what could you have done? And when I went on radio to say, if you want to see a race car, put on the racetrack. Isn't that where a race car?
All right, guys. Let me just apologize to you guys there for that interruption. So let's try to wrap things up here quickly here. Let me try to wrap it up for you guys here. So again, let me just apologize for what went on. So let's just try to wrap it up. Let's just try to wrap it up. So if you're out there, just try to invite our friends who were here with us on the first segment. My apology. I have particular software there. I'm coming to let them go. Yep, they're coming to go. They will be going very soon. Damn, man, too many groups. Too many groups. Yeah, so guys, let me just apologize to you guys over there. Just so we can conclude here quickly. It's Saturday. Got all day to rest before you go to church tomorrow, for those of you who go to church. So let me see what I need to do here. Let me see what I need to do here right now. Everybody seems to be... All right, so let me see here. Okay, I see myself here. All right, I see everybody's back. Yeah, so guys, you'll come, let's wrap it up quick. Come and just share that, wrap it up quick so we can get out of here. All right, we'll just call that one part 2, and then we'll just wrap it up quick here. So share in your group, I'm back. Share in your group, I am back. Just share that in your group. Where is my boy? Share that in your group. Share that in your group. Okay, Tommy got it. Okay. Share that in your group. So let's just take let's say 5 minutes to wrap it up. Let me just tell you guys what's going on here quickly here. And then we'll just call it a day because I have to go and rest. Okay. Let's see, folks are watching here now. So guys, let me apologize to you guys what happened. That crazy software, I'm going to replace that software. I mean, in the middle, I was almost at the verge of concluding for the night, just to give my concluding comment on the show. And then for some reason, it just stopped and we lost connection with each other. So I'm back here just to say, look, if you're out there and you're supporting Joseph Boakai, I mean, you just need to revise your assumption that he will be the possible placement for Boakai. I mean, for Weah. No. If you missed the first section, you need to go back to the first section. This is the second section here. From what I've listened to from Joseph Boakai and what we spoke about today, let me say a big thank you to every one of you guys for sticking around to listen to the analysis on Joseph Boakai interview with Colonel Shelton and his teammates. I thought Joseph Boakai didn't do a good job over there, and Joseph Boakai got more things to do. Do not support Joseph Boakai because you feel that he is a direct replacement. Joseph Boakai could not provide any alternative strategy plan. He doesn't have any strategy plan to solve the problem in the country. Every question I will ask directly to Joseph Boakai as to what he should do or will do if the opportunity is given to him as president. Joseph Boakai squarely took the blame and put it back on the Weah administration. If we want to make our country better, we must have leaders, we must have candidates who are willing to identify the problem, provide a solution, and tell you where the direction of the country needs to go. Joseph Boakai is not in that position. Joseph Boakai got a lot of heavy lifting to do, and from what I'm seeing, the people back there that is in Liberia, I don't think they're going to accept Joseph Boakai because he's coming back with the same old strategy that he won't use for Ellen. Until Joseph Boakai can separate himself from Ellen, that is, let Joseph Boakai tell you guys that I, Joseph Boakai, will not subscribe to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's 12-year failed policy. I disagree with that. I, Joseph Boakai. And my disagreement will create a new political party statement of purpose with a new political agenda that will squarely separate Ellen economic, environmental, infrastructure, healthcare, education, every policy Ellen used for the past 12 years. My team and myself will come up with our new strategy of how we're going to implement a policy that will begin to effect changes in the life of our people, and that will also be better than George Weah. If Mr. Boakai cannot come up with that thing, I don't know about you guys, because I believe some of you guys you see floating around here, they just want to go to Liberia and get a piece of job, and then when the time over, they come and sit down right back here. For me, I want to see a real change. If Joseph Boakai cannot separate a policy that will be different from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's policy because he was defeated on Ellen's record and he thinks he's coming back with that same record, the Liberian people will find it very difficult to accept him. Joseph Boakai needs to begin tomorrow to start to tell the Liberian people that I do not subscribe to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's 12-year political policy. I got my own political party as a Unity Party leader now, statement of purpose, and lay it out. And also tell the Liberians that my political agenda as it relates to the different sector in the country, as I see as my policy, and also all of those things that you're going to do, and tell them that your policy will be better than George Weah. If he cannot provide that bullet point, that target things that I just told you about, it's up to the Liberian people to decide. But I can guarantee you that Joseph Boakai will not win. Think about that. And don't come here with your political emotion. Because one thing I noticed about Liberian politics, we inject political emotion rather than utilizing our political logic. I'm giving you the logic. Because if Boakai cannot logically tell you that alien policy that caused him to lose, and he's going to bring that same policy, and the Liberian people who said no to him will want to go and bring Joseph Boakai back, then it's the same alien administration coming back. He must present something, and that's why some of us are here to tell you guys. All right? That's why some of us are here to tell you guys. That's why some of us are here to tell you guys. Joseph Boakai must be able to separate his policy from that of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Anybody who is going to interview Joseph Boakai, ask Joseph Boakai this question. Do you still support Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's 12-year political agenda? And Joseph Boakai tell you, say, yes, you can forget it. It's not going to help him in the next election. And he says no, asking what are you going to develop that will be different from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and better than George Weah. And let him give it to you, not just by his mouth. Because Joseph Boakai on Volcano Shelton show were asked series of questions. He identified a problem, but Joseph Boakai did not provide any solution to the problem that he claimed that is happening in the country. And you think Joseph Boakai is going to beat George Weah? No. He cannot defeat George Weah. The performance of Joseph Boakai on Volcano Shelton show, he can make it. Even Massa Washington, who were part of the TRC committee, asked Joseph Boakai, are you willing to commit yourself to the international community to ensure that if you become president, you will have or ensure that we have an economic war crown? Joseph Boakai could not articulate any answer such as, yes, I will, no, I won't. He cannot be trusted. Joseph Boakai cannot be trusted. The Liberian people need to find somebody else. Yes. Joseph Boakai also proved on that show that he got no alternative plan. Joseph Boakai did not articulate any issue he identified from whatever plan he has, how he going to what, make sure that those things change. They asked Joseph Boakai. Police in the past has been labeled as the Ellen police, the Doe police, now the We Are police. What will you do differently if you become president? And guess what Joseph Boakai said again? I will give that to the government to take care. How can you, watching me right now, say you want to be better than the president or somebody else? You want to unseat somebody. And they ask you, but what are the problems in the country? And you say, oh, I know the problem. But when they ask you, what solution do you have for those problems you just identified? Then you say, I will leave it up to the government because I'm not in power yet. Will you ever answer a question like that, folks? If you want to unseat somebody, I thought you should be giving the people what make you to be a better person now. But Joseph Boakai is telling the Liberian people in America and on Facebook that he doesn't have a solution to the problem in the country. So then how can he become president? from the guys that are talking for him? Is that how he's going to become president? Liberian, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. If your think we are situation is not a favorable situation, then you need to start to challenge. You need to start to challenge. What did I mean say? But you guys denigrating President Weah for trying to. I don't care about damn about President Weah, Mr. Amadou Kama. I don't care about damn about George Weah. All right? I ain't care about damn about George Weah. You think I care about damn about George Weah? George Weah ain't get a damn about me. Then you can't about you guys and denigrating President Weah. I didn't care about damn about President Weah. You just coming on the show. You think what I'm saying, you think I'm here to counsel about George Weah? You got it wrong. You see, one thing about you guys, when you miss my show and you come back on my show, you got to be very careful how you respond. You got to be careful. You think I'm talking about George Weah here? No. Do you think when I say he cannot beat George Weah, you think I'm just saying, because George Weah is a sitting president right now. He's not going to be Alexander Cummings. He's not competing against Alexander Cummings. If Alexander Cummings come on my radar for me to talk about Alexander Cummings, I would say Alexander Cummings, you cannot beat George Weah with the record you got. But do you think I'm here to talk about George Weah? No. George Weah and his people over there are very selfish. They are very, very selfish. And if Joseph Boakai then don't perform well, they will put George Weah back. But you think it will be something that I will be happy with, that George Weah going back? No. If you have two evil, you take the lesser evil. That's what I'm telling you about. So don't come say on my show, oh, you're dead again. Yes, George Weah got people who are very incompetent. What will you say about the Mandela program, the combat program that they fail in? Oh, we shouldn't talk about that now, right? I'm not going to make this show George Weah show, but because of the statement you just made, the government is very incompetent. They don't hold people accountable to what they're supposed to be doing. All right? George Weah government is not performing up to the expectation of someone who campaigned for him. What did he go to do to Paris right now? Let me ask you the question here, Mr. Amadou. What George Weah went to go do to Glasgow? How much knowledge does he have to understand climate change? When in a country there, we don't even have one law that protects the air. We don't have one law that protects the water. We don't have one law. All right? Yes. Joseph Boakai and George Weah, in my eyes, there are two evils. Got to take the lesser one, and it's up to the Liberian people. Because George Weah, he's struggling. Joseph Boakai, he want to take over. Those are two lesser people. If you have a better candidate, then I will refer to Liberians based on what the candidate will say. So let's move on. Just shouldn't kind of way. Your president, George Weah, man, he failed. What are you going to do? You're going to tell the Millennium Challenge people now, right? In America here, right? That since George Weah then failed, you're going to tell them, say, oh, they're not sedition enough. Come on, man. Come on. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. All right? Let's be real. If the president and his cabinet member are underperforming, you'll be right to come and tell them. My show on Facebook is not here to praise anybody. You'll see what president had done to the government. They failed. A $57 million contract, they failed. It failed them. It failed them. So please, when you come on the show for the first time, don't come say, oh, because Jay Rennie saying Boakai will not win because Boakai treated that I'm here for CDC. No, I'm not for nobody no more. I'm not for nobody on Facebook. Nobody. I'm not here to tell Liberian people why Liberian people don't know. So when you're watching other shows, you can't hear because other shows finish. Oh, Jay Rennie talking about no. You must come and you must sit down and listen. All right? Yeah. Yes. You must come sit down here. All right? And listen good. All right? So guys, if you watch the show this evening, trust me, Joseph Boakai is not ready to be president of that country. He's not fit. He cannot articulate the issue. He's unable to articulate the issue. You guys either need to prep him more to answer questions, or you guys need to find a different political leader who is well seasoned and well informed to discuss the issue and to even be able to defeat George Weah. Other than that, whatever George Weah is doing right now, he might likely win. And it's not common for an African leader who is an incumbent to win. It's not something that never happened before. It happened so many times. And I won't be surprised if it happened again. But for me, Joseph Boakai is not somebody that I can put there to say, go and take on George Weah. No. Joseph Boakai is not fit to take on George Weah right now. Yes. If Weah win, I will donate $1,000 to your charity in Liberia. If GMB win, you will donate. Who are you going back and forth, Thomas? And Thomas, who are you going back and forth with that? I don't think that. Yeah, I think maybe maybe that you and McCall going back and forth with that, right? Yeah. So guys, so there where we are. I'm hearing that Joseph Boakai are going to be at one of the biggest Liberian church in Philadelphia. He's going to be there tomorrow. So had the time changed now? Let me see what the time had changed. Thomas, the time had changed, or you're going to change at 12? Because right now I'm getting sleepy. Because by the time we hit 12, that time will go right back. Yeah, by the time we hit 12, that time will go right back. All right? Oh, that you and Melvin? Since people know they need to get it out together, they praise the government so much that people just making fun of all of them. You're going to a secular citizen. Your government, the government is failing too many international projects. That's not good. Yes. The government is failing too many international projects. On too many international projects because you're praising too much. You got to be tough on the government sometime. Yeah, so guys, so that concludes this discussion on Boakai. We had a long conversation. So if you missed the conversation, you can always go back to the first section. And if Boakai win, that's a good way to get money. That's a good way to get money. But from what I see Boakai doing, and for me, I don't want to argue with people. Because I know the Boakai die-hard fan, the almost the CDC die-hard fan. They will only react with, majority of them will react with emotion. They will not react with logic. So, and in the end, it is emotion, if the logic overcomes the emotion, then it turns into more emotion. That is, if the logic says that Boakai cannot articulate the issue and we are wins, then emotion from the CPP and Boakai will take over and say, oh, the election not fair, the election not fair. So I'm not here to argue on that. But I'm just telling you that the interview I listened to from Boakai ain't ready to be president yet. Boakai is not ready to be president. He's not ready to be president. Until Boakai can tell you, anybody who be Boakai, ask Boakai, do you still support Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's political agenda for the 12 years you served with her? Do you still support that? Ask Boakai that question. Ask him. Does he still support Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's political agenda that he worked alongside with her for the past 12 years? If Joseph Boakai tell you say yes, then Joseph Boakai got no plan and he might not win the election. If Joseph Boakai say no, then let Joseph Boakai present to the Liberian people and member of the current Unity Party membership and structure his new political agenda, and let Joseph Boakai also provide you a sample of what that new agenda is. Make sure you ask Joseph Boakai specific question. What is your economic plan to make Liberia a better economic country? And let Joseph Boakai also tell you what was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's economic plan that make Liberia to be what it is and are causing to lose the election. Yes. If Joseph Boakai tell you that I support Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's plan, you can forget it. Because it is the same plan that we have won. If you ask Joseph Boakai which direction George Weah is taking the country into right now, and if you, Joseph Boakai, become president, which direction will you want to take Liberia to? Joseph Boakai cannot articulate those things. But you got the guys on Facebook who just wear kosu and kind of sit there and say, oh, Joseph Boakai, y'all fall for that shit. Y'all will be Julia Jesse Jean. Let me tell you guys. Y'all fall for that shit. Y'all be Julia Jesse Jean. Especially you're in Liberia over there. The people who supporting Joseph Boakai, they sitting down in America here like you and myself, sitting down in decent places. And they tell you, yo, Joseph Boakai is a man. And Joseph Boakai left your in-line bread sitting down here with someone else. Y'all go make that mistake in that place. Y'all go make that mistake. You shouldn't look among yourself and find a better leader. No guy will get Pope Boakai there and they will get what they can get and sit down right here. And they will see your suffering in our country. I don't know what in your head. I don't know what in underneath the scarf. I mean your Skype, in your brain. I don't know what's there. How can you be in Liberia and you got somebody in America and tell you Joseph Boakai is the best man and you just accept it like that? What kind of country are we? What kind of country are we? You can even ask, what the man have done for me? Somebody way in America here, yeah, Joseph Boakai is the man. And you just accept it like that. Somebody can just cost man also too, and you accept it like that. What kind of country do we have? Joseph Boakai right now, what is the healthcare plan that you have for unborn children and children between the age of 1 to 5? What healthcare do you have? Joseph Boakai, what is the current natural resources that we have? And what is your goal towards making sure that our resources are protected? What is the educational system, Joe Boakai? How can you provide a better classroom ratio to teacher? How can you improve the educational system in the country? What plan do you have, Joseph Boakai? Joseph Boakai will not tell you anything that I just said here. He will not give you a better answer because he got nothing. Look at the man talking. He talks with no paperwork, nothing. Then are the men who's, like I always say, those who want to defeat George Weah, their plan must be better than George Weah. If your plan comes below George Weah, you finish. Just sit down in our country over there and allow the guys to come be lying to you in the place. Some of the guys here, they're not working. They ain't doing nothing here. Nothing. They just using a little Facebook here to be fooling you in our country. I'm telling you now, when you don't put a rightful person that will help you to be better, you can forget it. You can put your child on Facebook with whatever he or she has. I will not pay attention to that because you are going to buy something that you will own for the rest of your life. You guys might have well just look among yourself and find somebody who understands your struggle to be your president. Somebody who live with you. Look at America here. When last did you see Donald Trump going to another country and here in support of the telling people in America here they must continue the struggle? When last you saw Obama going to other country and telling Americans that support him, you must continue the struggle? Only in Liberia, where politicians and advocates and run away and sit in America and telling you you're going to do the same thing. That's the same bull crap the ACDL did. They took Charles Taylor carrying to Liberia while they were in America here. They told our Sokos then today, who are the young people then back then, your tape iron going fight. After the war over, they brought their children in our country and gave them better job. Today, you got Soko there in the street. When they take one drop bullet from on your fireplace, you'll beat them to death with rocks. And then you're going to allow your children to do the same thing. They use most of you guys to fight that war. And as the war was progressing on, some of you guys became men, young men, and you had children. Right now, your children got no future plan in our country. And if you ask Joseph Boakai, what plan do you have? Your wife, Senator Darius Dillon, today, the other day, asking the little children in the community, which school do you go to? But Dillon is the what? Senator of that county. They don't even know for how many schools in every district. Because since the war came to an end, there have been massive migration to Monrovia. Places that you and I once used to see before we left Liberia. That used to be swampy area. We are understanding that people have built in alleyways and all in the swamp. That took the population up. That means the population growth versus the schools in Monrovia County, it cannot compete. Because every year people are born in children. But not every year people are building new schools. And not every year teachers are graduating, and now every year parents are getting employed. So what happened with the ratio? More children are born in the country, no many schools around, not many teachers. You have a population of people surplus in the country. They are not educated, and they are growing because your age is not on any pause to say, let me wait for you until the country get better. No, every day the country age of all Liberians around the world is increasing, but the progress to keep up with things that we're supposed to meet at a certain age, we are not getting those things. And then you want to sit down and allow somebody who ran away from that country, got their children in America here, and you're there, you're watching them. I don't know what you get from Spoon TV, what you get from the other people you're watching. Is it because you're born in Liberia? These guys in America, you see one thing about these guys, when they get a little chair, Benjamin Savinians took $45,000 from that country. Liberia said, he can't sit down in America here. His children, his wife, they enjoying the place here. He ain't got a damn by the money he borrowed over there. But then you will come on Spoon TV and sit down and you're going watch him. And you're saying nothing about it. Nothing. All because what? You support that particular man because he on your side. But then when the CC people say 25 million are not missing, then you'll get vexed. All of you in our country, you're fucked up. Some of you guys are here, you're fucked up. You don't know what you want for yourself. And that's why the country, after 174 years, nothing worked in our country. Liberians been there in America, it's like a curse that just blind your mind to see the right thing. Because you lost somebody. And you just sit over there and don't want to do nothing. People sit in class under the tree and say it is a school. That's how fucked up the place is, Tommy. That's how fucked up that place is. The education ministry, along with the health ministry, they are not even taking. You see, one of the things that should have been done by the We Are administration, you know what I mean? We talking about We Are business. We are keen to power. Instead of we are fighting hard to tell the Ministry of Ministry of Finance and Planning, to conduct a census to see how many talent in the country, in each county, in each community, how many talent do we have? And begin to put things together. We are never doing all those things. Because with the census, you have that data to play with. And from that data, you can know how to distribute whatever is needed. Mr. We are never do those things. Right now, you are any district representative. How many people live in your district? They will not tell you. Go and ask any of the district member, how many people in your district? Right now, they will not tell you. That's how fucked up the place is. Nothing work in Liberia. You tell me what work in Liberia? Nothing. No better healthcare system there. And this is not only for George Weah alone. It's for the entire 174 years we've been together as a country. For 174 years, we had no better healthcare system. We got no laws in our country that protect the environment. We had no security system in place, not even a crime database in our country. People can leave from here today. I can leave here today and go to the Ministry of Health. During the year when you were born, 1980. 1980 it is. Then they give me the birth certificate. So in Liberia, I got different age, and in America, I got different age. That's how fucked up that place is, folks. Anybody can just go out and make up their own age, and the Ministry of Health will print that certificate, and you walk with it. Why when we are took office, his health minister could not say, Minister, Mr. Weah, our new protocol here is any child that is born before they even start school, they must be issued a birth certificate and some type of number, like social security number or identification number, before any child enters school. And I would track the going data. Ellen did not do that. So there are a lot of children that were born during the Ellen 12 years in office. And they're gone into the public domain right now with no identification number. Nothing whatsoever. And then the We Are administration that are children born today. No birth certificate, but you in America here. By the time you have your little child born today, then they give you a birth certificate. Yeah, my child born in America, my child got this. Then when I tell you the women better than some of us, they don't want to get vexed. But you'll be proud what the women giving you, right? But your own country, you can't do that shit. You're fucked up. You guys are fucked up in a place. Look at the video I showed today. Pop hole in the middle of the road. How y'all will build house? Y'all put house on the side, on the right hand side, house on the left hand side. Then you just put road through that place there. When it rain, where the water going? Damn it. Hey. I tell you this much. God and myself will have a battle to fight. I may sound stupid to you guys, but I'm telling you guys, mark my word. The day God called me home, I meet him. I'll tell him, say, put him up. And you ask me, why I should put up? Put your hands up. He and myself will get into a face fight. You may think I'm stupid, but the halabra is so stupid. Because if you say, Randy, are you crazy to go for a God? That how crazy we are in our country, that we can see the mistake we're making in our country from year to year, from year to year. So when I meet God, I will tell you, say, you know what? The country you put me in, there are a lot of crazy people over there. For 174 years, we're on our planet. And nothing we did good. Country that used to come to us and beg us for a piece of bread, they are far more better than us today. Why did you send me in our country? Why? When you had the means to send me anywhere. Why? And by the way, if you ever decide to create another world, please don't knock on my door and send me to Liberia. You can forget it. Because I will not open that door for you. That's how fucked up that country is. Because why? We are not Liberia-centric. How many citizens right now came on and low enjoy we have and say, Mr. President, the compact project will fail. No, you go among citizens instead and say, Joe, we have failed. The men ready to harm me right away. So then why you want to get vexed if I say Joe Boakai not competent to be president? And Joe Boakai say, Joe Boakai is competent, and citizen say, no, Joe Boakai is not competent. You're only fighting over nonsense. And not sense that make the country better. Start supporting individual. Focus on what is best for the country. What is Liberia national? What is the Liberia dream? And, you know, in America, it's the American dream. You come here, you go to school or get a better job. You got a home, you marry, raising your family. You get a nice car, you take vacation. Yeah, you're coming American dream. What dream do we have if you live in Liberia? What is the Liberia dream? What is the Liberia dream? Ghana will tell you Ghana is the best. Yes, Ghana will tell you Ghana is the best. And they will make sure that anything they go in to do, Ghana will come out to be the best. Whether they go for World Cup, they will try to go to quarterfinal. Ghana is the best. What is Liberia part of dream? What dream do we have? That is our vision. A little child in Liberia, when you ask a child, what do you want to be when you grow up? What that child would do or say to you? What would that child say to you? You ask your children there right now in America, what is your dream? Oh, mommy, I want to be like you. I want to be this. I want to be that. What about the people back home? What really work in Liberia? What really work? Nobody giving you plans. Nobody giving you hope. Nothing. I bet right now if I was costing people money, but by the time the people who can cost people money come here, man, you see that number just skyrocketing the day, it will break the scale. By the time the man costing them come, the job we are costing them, the poker costing them, by the time they show their face. But right now, as soon as they count, they see, but who the hell got Jeremy? I mean, I put him man. I know too much. But as soon as they count, your man, oh, my man. Your generation fucked up. Your generation is fucked up. While your friends in South Africa, Ghana, Sierra Leone are making great strides, Just sit on Facebook all day and listen to crap. And you know what? Every year that comes to an end, if Liberia don't go far, you are part of the problem. You know how you part of the problem? You sit down on different networks and only listen to negative things that fill your mind, your body, and soul with negative things. So when the government fail, you are also part of the contributing factor that fail the country. You want to know how? You listen to people who insult the president every day, or you listen to political gossip. Spoon TV bring political gossip and political entertainment. You got another gentleman who come and just insult people, man. And you got another guy with a lawnmower who just spew lies. If you put all the things together, there is nothing in there but a pattern of negative things. And that's why at the end of the year, when Liberia don't go anywhere far, you who support the show are considered to be a contributing factor to the failure of that country. Because you know why? How can you become successful in America here? When you watch CNN, when you watch any news network, they give you ideas from different people with different backgrounds. Some people tell you, oh, the vaccine they're taking is this. Some people tell you the vaccine is this. Some people tell you, oh, the weather will be this. Some people tell you, this other place is better. Watch this thing. When you learn all the diversity of information, it builds you into an individual who will measure things before you take one step. Because why? The information that I provided to you here. In Liberia, when the economy is bad, you don't find nobody who is in a professional area that will bring on any of the platform to talk about how to properly manage solid waste. When people die in the country, miserably or mysteriously, they will not bring any expert to tell you what are the things you need to look for while you're in Liberia. Be very careful with who you meet, how you say things to them. Nobody. When fire catches a home and burns it down, you will not find nobody who will come on the bigger platform to tell people what are some of the things they need to put in their home so that they can prevent fire. You will not find nobody. Because why? The political entertainment people, Spoon, and all the other big networks, they're not bringing professional librarians to educate our people. But in America, here, from your car, your cell phone, everything you get in it. Society that is advancing will not just put you in a classroom. They use different platforms. Social media, Liberia is the only country that I know that misuse social media so bad. All other countries are catching up. Every little country in Africa, Asia, around the world, their diasporans are using Facebook to educate their people, and their people are growing. Only in Liberia, you love political entertainment. You can bring a medical doctor on a show that tell you this is how we prevent this disease. Liberia, man, who that man again? Oh, that man, man. That's how bad off we are. We are a society of people that don't believe in science, that don't believe in technology, that don't believe in capacity building. That's who we are as Liberians. Yes. That's exactly who we are as Liberians. Look at the country. What do we compete for as a country? The year is coming to an end. I said this year, from the beginning of this year, I said that Liberia will not achieve anything. People want to cross my mind. Which month are we in now? November. Next year will be December. We done with this year. What did we achieve? Nothing. But look at Senegal. Senegal is going to have a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant. But the people in Senegal speak French. How can an American company take their company manufacturing operation and carry it to a francophone country? When we Liberian, we say we speak English and we got a flag that looks similar to American flag. And the Constitution looks like that. And we can't get one contract from the American investor. Rwanda, we and Rwanda went to war together. Or let's say we're 1 year ahead of them. We came out of war. The people country is going far. You say can give the people of Rwanda money with sending nobody behind them. But Liberia have been receiving money from America since 1847. And still the people don't trust us. Do you think that the country can go to and say, yeah, guys, I'm back here? You're wasting your time. There are many Liberians that want to go back home, and you're not stopping them. But for the one you're looking at here, you can't forget it. You can't forget it. I'm not coming back over there. That place is nothing but a very unproductive land. People there, they are not willing to change. Look at many commies today. I see commies sitting down next to Musa Belete today. You see how people can be different in America. In America here. And coming get that, Belete get that kind of record. And coming working for Coca-Cola, even the federal government. You think coming will go sit down next to Musa Belete like that? No. See the white man? They stand by their rules. The black men, they always bend their rules. And you bring Cummings back here today, and Cummings and Musa Belete walking and say, my man, just stay over there, let me go inside, I will come back. But that's just how the country is. Nothing works in that country, my brothers and sisters. You're wasting your time. Look at the young people when they break. Young people in that country, they break together all day, they dancing around. Other country, you see young people, they're putting their book under their arms, going to vocational school, going to technical school, or other sort of thing, learning something. But nothing in that country. People get up in the morning, they don't know where to go. They get up in the morning, they look like this, nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Monrovia has become Liberia. Everybody want to come in the city. Everybody want to come in the city. Everybody. You see how other countries are making strides, and we Liberians, we don't even challenge ourselves. What have we won this year? When I say won, what have we done to be proud of this year as a country? When the compact project is taken away from us. But you see, Ghana is getting a a plan to assemble parts for Toyota. So Africa, even though they develop, they're still getting contract from an American pharmaceutical company. When will we get something based on our relationship with this country here? When? But we brag around how we are closer to America, Liberia stepchild, Liberia this, but we're not even doing nothing for ourselves. Nothing. You know how embarrassing those things is? I don't know about some of you guys. You say you're closer to America, not even the customer service. Some of you guys will pick up the phone, you'll call for your own phone bill. Then the person way in Asia, hello, what's your name? The person way in China, they can barely speak good English. But they're managing your credit card or other account for you in another country. But what about Liberia? Where we speak English. Hello, my name is Jay Randy. How may I help you? Oh, Jay Randy, yes. I'm trying to check on my account. Because we got integrity problem in our country. People don't trust us. But these countries, they too have integrity problem, but their rule of law is not giving any easy pass. If you want to work for a company, they protect you. But we don't have those things in our country. There you go. Chinese customer women need Mary. Yes. But look at our own country. We got none of those things, folks. How can we create jobs for our people? How can we create jobs for our fellow Liberians back home? You think every year you'll be sending money? When you were in Liberia, your aunt or uncle were here, they used to send money to you. Some of them have gone to the great beyond. Some of them are retired. You think you will remain here forever? You're not going to remain here forever. For every year that comes your child, if you get children here, for every year your child gets older, you are getting obsolete little by little. Because that's how your aunt was born, your uncle, your mom, your dad. They were all young in America before. But when you start to grow up, they all got older. And that generation went away. And whatever they used to get your uncle them back home, it came to an end. Nothing makes sense to them because they save nothing for themselves. And do you think that thing will not come back to you here? It will come back to you one day. America is a country of opportunity. But what are you doing? What are you doing to make use of the opportunity? Every one of us are here. 20 years from now, will be senior citizen in this place. What do you think political party will do for you in Liberia? You will be in the nursing home or whatever you are, you will still be watching Facebook and people be talking about political party. You look at many Sawyer them. Sawyer them left from America here, right? The same America we're in today. Sawyer them left from here. They went back home. What happened to Sawyer today? Sawyer put his hand up. I gave up. The Sawyer men who left from here, they taught at LU. They begin interim president. What changed in our country? Any country without a plan will never see a better change that will sustain for the next generation. That's why I'm not going over there. One man cannot make a change. I'm committed to seeing Liberia changing, but I'm just one man among every one of you guys on Facebook. That's why I tell everybody the truth. I ain't get a damn about Weir. I ain't get a damn about Cummings. I ain't get a damn about Boakai. It make every one of you guys vex because you have political attachment to them. I don't have political attachment to them. This war is not my home. I'm just passing through. But for everywhere I pass, I want to make sure I leave something there that people will learn. But not many of you guys. Many of you guys just want to just get peace of joy and you walk away. That's what you want to do. All the guys you see around here, think about Boakai Matthew them. You know one thing I know about God? God will always leave one person behind. You see the guy they call Sam Jackson? They got to always rubbing shoulder with the young people there. Sam Jackson was 26 or I think 29 years old when Samuel Kanye took power. Young guy from America. But look at Samuel Jackson today. After all the years, he's still in that town, looking for a job. But when Samuel Jackson was 26 or 29 years old in 1980, ask yourself, where were you before? I'm not trying to single him out here, but I'm just saying that God can leave one person behind to teach us sense. Samuel Jackson, 1980, 26 years old. Let's just take it at 26 years old. 26 years old in 1980. How old were many of you guys in 1980 when Samuel Jackson was 26 years old and became one of the younger ministers? What did he do with whatever he had? Now today he stayed in Liberia passing around. Children that were not born, he's sitting out with them, want to be rubbing arms. You guys are in a country that filled with a lot of unserious people. Liberia is one of the unserious countries. I'm not lying to you guys. We got to get our act together. Do you know how other countries take us? Ghanaians laugh at us. And you see, Ghana had tried so many times to give us tough love. But the Ghanaians themselves are giving us, they're giving up on us. Ghanaian will tell you, say, before you get any job in the place, you got to team up with Ghanaian to even open a business. We went to refugee camp the way the Ghanaian treated us. Instead of us coming back and saying, you know what, there's nowhere like home. What the Ghanaian did to us, when we get back home, we'll try to get our act together. But look at the country today. People in refugee camp in Ghana, right next door, when they tell Liberians to go back home, they hang on their head. Oh, I can't go back home. How you will be afraid of your own home? Then you think you got a country? Those guys you see in America that are passing around, every time they kind of sit down, they wear coats through the day. Let them get here one day they're about to deport them in Liberia. They will commit suicide. The only reason they don't show you those things because they are in a country where everything is being cared for. That's all. But let Donald Trump come out for the second time and say, you know what? There will not be one Liberian in the town here. Tell Randy, all of you going. That whole move will change. Everybody move will change. And I'm looking forward to that day one day. Trust me. I'm looking forward to that day one day. Because you know why? My student loan will be on the end. I'm taking my degree, I'm getting out of here. I can get a job in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, I can go get a job anywhere. I'm looking forward to that day. But many of them are praying for that day to never come. Because you know what? You cannot do Liberia right now. I will commit suicide. No, I'm carrying my degree with me. I'll be one of the happiest men. All my student loan, my mortgage, my every other bill. My kids already in college. What do I have to lose? What do I have to lose? I would rather than say go home, all your debt will be forgiven, but then when you go back there and say, my man, stay owing you all, you got to come back here. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. Go back home voluntarily. Let them take my debt. They will wipe it out. But you know they will not do that for decent Liberians. But some of the decent Liberians here, they don't want to go back home and work hard. They just want to go draw and come and support their habits here. And St. Jackson is one of them. St. Jackson used to be working for the Eddie government. Eddie getting contract. He used to be flying around all the time on Radio LRB, calling us. Chairman, yeah, I just stopped by to the US. I'm traveling to Kenya. I'm traveling to London. I will be back in Liberia. At that time, St. Jackson never knew that job where existed. Yes. St. Jackson never knew that job where existed. He used to come all the time, be on Radio LRB with us. But by the time Eddie came to power, Eddie got out of power, no job for him. What's up, Vivian? St. Jackson today now going to Liberia. Liberian that can't even buy a piece of grape. One little grape like this. Liberian cannot buy it. St. Jackson said he carrying book to go sell in Liberia. St. Jackson said he carrying book to go sell to Liberia. But this is the man who been in government since 1980. Like a white shark just patrolling the ocean, looking to see who he will grab. Look at Amos Sawyer then today. You're that important is deep in it too. Look at Amos Sawyer there. Professor Amos Sawyer, Dr. Amos Sawyer, Dr. H. Burma Family, Dr. Tupa Nantiputa. They left from you with all their doctorate degree. But you know what? God kept them alive. God said you will not die. You will remain here. Amos Sawyer sitting in our country now. The whole country fucked up right now. These are the people that when I visit Liberia, I want to go to and ask them. You left from America, right? What plan you brought to the country here? Show me your plan. Why you fail? Why you fail? Because you know why? Amos Sawyer were in America here during the proliferation of African country independence. When got them Robert Mugabe, Steve Biko, Nelson Mandela, most of the great African guys then on the continent of Africa, when they were challenging the colonial power coming to claim them, they had their game plan because they had studied the colonial people. The people who overlooked them, they felt that they couldn't be better. So they said the only way we can make ourselves better is to bring our country together. And then we'll put our brain together and become a better country. But Liberia, they just took few people from here and carried them and established Liberia. But our own brothers and sisters then that were here going to school, Dr. Abraham Formula, I think he went to school in London. But Amos Sawyer, Tupa Nantiputa, Ellen Johnson Sali them. They left from here. No plan. And they went to that country. The same thing you see the people doing around here today. Like the same thing Amos Sawyer then went over there. For Amos Sawyer to tell you, say, I put my hand out today, I ain't in politics again today, I resign. Go ask Amos Sawyer. Amos Sawyer, all the degree you got, you studied political science. How come you couldn't apply your political science in the country here to make the country better today? He gave up. He gave up. That is a shame for a man who made the country the way it is and left the country worst. If you don't see that as seriousness, then you're missing something in your country. Then you're missing something. You see the OAU, Organization of African Unity, that is not African Union, it was established right in Liberia, there in Sanikule. How come all the other AU countries are doing so well? We are just a country that believes in pleasure than focusing on things that will make us better. That's who we are. Look at the few people that are watching right now. But it our political gossip. Oh, Prince Johnson wore a brief one side. Everybody coming out, yeah, what he did? Oh, Eddie Johnson said, whoa, 2 less full of shoe. Oh, yes. Look at our institution in our country. University of Labrador, founded in 1857. 1857. We cannot even determine why mosquitoes stay in our country. No research at any of the institution. Look at the high school. You don't even have research laboratory. But your child can go to school and take a chicken egg and put it somewhere for the whole week, along with the teacher, and see how the chicken egg will hatch. People die every day in the country. Police cannot come up with statistics to tell you how many people got hit by a car, fell off the motorcycle. And what can we do with all the data here to ensure that people wear helmet in this country because people are dying from these things with all protection? Nobody. But you got people on your different Facebook there. Money come. Money come. Oh yeah, I'm going to Spoon TV. Oh yeah, that or this, that or that. You think I can watch that kind of crap? When end of the year, I don't see anything change in our country. You tell me all the show you watch, what impact do you see in Liberia? What impact have you seen in the country? What the impact? What is the impact has it made on the country, folks? You answer my question? Lawmakers that come on the show, they don't even give you one reason why they were elected as a lawmaker. They cannot tell you how many kids in their district going to school and why they're not in school or why they're in school. They don't even have a website for you to go to and see what's happening in the country. They have made many of you guys to be conscienceless. Conscienceless. Because you have put yourself into political entertainment. But when you go to Ghana, they will tell you, click on the webpage and you see things here. When you follow things that got no direction, you yourself will lose focus. That's what happened to our country today. But right now in the country, as soon as something happens to you, I'm going to my state representative office. If it can happen to you here, why can't you use your own sense of judgment? We in Liberia, we are more emotional than being logical. Liberia is a society, it's a country that don't have logical people. We don't got emotional people. We apply our emotion into politics. We apply our emotion into everything. Then you think God and me will go to Liberia. I'm sorry, my brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. I didn't come here and learn my book here to come listen to political entertainment. We're not challenging our political leaders then. That's why they don't feel conditioned, compelled to do things. What we always say, when you put fire on the turtle back, then when the turtle will walk. We're not putting fire on the turtle back, our politician. Our political turtles or turtles, we're not putting fire on their back. So they're just sitting there. Because why? We listen to political entertainment. Right now, what all of them right now? Everybody then sleeping right now, or they're talking about party. Yeah, my man, yeah, I had a week. My man, yeah, we're going to the week, what we're going to do? Yeah, maybe Mr. This, Mr. That. You just sit over there and listen to those dumb funnel guys, and you think like we're going to be a better country? You think if we have professional people who will come every month and discuss the Millennium Compound Project and tell you what we are is doing in a country that could likely make us to fail or make us to pass, and people get to hear that, you know, how much pressure will be on we our government today? But no. Someone came here to tell you about what's happening in the country. And I don't mean definitely no book tomorrow. You can't have no book. Liberia is a country that don't let book. So you shouldn't pretend they will let book. Book drive positive result. So if you see a country of a citizen or people on Facebook who don't want to listen to professional conversation, the country does not believe in education. The country does not believe in education. You know what many Liberians love to watch European game? Because Liberians love European football. You know what Liberians will not watch their own football? Because Liberians don't love their own football. You know what Liberians will not listen to a sound educated man from Liberia? Because Liberians don't believe in education. That's the logic there. Simple logic. Simple logic. Why you think they're going to listen to Spoon TV? Yeah, oh, my man, yeah. What happened there again? Oh, Musa Pele said 2-1. Hey, Sana coming 2-1. Yeah, let's go there. All year round, political entertainment. Then when Liberia failed the Millennium Challenge program, the government not doing well. The government not doing well. But what did you do to challenge the government? You go on the football field all the time when the guy who played number 1 in the goal, or the guy who played number 2. My man, yeah, look at that guy. My man, yeah, they need to change that number 2, man. That man messing Real Madrid game. Oh, that man this. Why are you becoming so concerned about that player? Because you want better result, right? You understand the game. But when you see a government that is not performing well, and somebody criticize the government, then you get invest. Because that's your government. Nothing is wrong with that government. But then when they fail the government test, then you get nothing to say. I'm sorry for our country, man. I'm sorry for our country. I really do. 174 years old. Have you ever thought about that number? Sit down and do anything that is so difficult. Go sit down on your hand and take a push-up for 174 times without stopping. And see how much energy you will use and how exhausted you will be when you get up after that 174 push-up without non-stopping. That's how much time we are wasted in our country. And we continue to waste. Liberia is 174 years old. 26 years from now, Liberia will be 200 years old. Where will we be? Where will we be? The ratio of how many years we are wasted and we are on a developed country. When we hit that by centennial year, because after every 200 years, it will be our centennial year. Where will we be? The generation that will be around that time, what would it be doing? You got people in America who already figure out what they want for themselves. Do you see those guys that are passing around, they don't know what they want for themselves? They know what they want for themselves. The people feel when in America, their prestige is up there. You know one of the things that really harm us in this country? It's the way we got here. We came here on a free ride. There are 2 sets of people that came to this country from Liberia. Technically, there are 3. The first people who came here during the privilege, according to the privilege group of people, that is the people who were part of the Congo class system. They were the privileged one that came here. Few of them learned, few of them did not learn. Then the other opportunities that came through the Civil War, that's the massive migration that came to this country, and that's the refugee program. 2/3 of them, they are in the country. And many of them don't even know why they're here. But the 1/3, they are doing so well. Some of them are working, supporting their kids. They want to do the best for Liberia. But nobody in the country giving them the opportunity. Then they got the others who came on merit scholarship to go to school or to do something else here. And they're also doing well. But if you look at the total from 1980 to 1989, that generation that was here, then from 1990 to 2021, if you combine those people, you got tons of professional Liberians, skillful Liberians, and then men they call George Weah. It's just wasting that opportunity. The people who left from Liberia in 1989 that came here up to this time, some of them are business people, professional. If Mr. Weah had really figured out how to open your hands and welcome the people by putting in place stable security and giving people the opportunity to invest, there will be many Liberians back home who will be working today. Because that diaspora that we created from 1991 to present, there are many good business Liberians in this country that can go back and forward. Not only in America, some of them in Europe, some of them in China. They want to go back home to do business, but the Weah government is not giving them the opportunity for them to go do business. So how will we create a middle class? How will we create a middle class when we cannot allow people to go back home? The people in the diaspora, they are what part of millionaires then. See how you see the Wall Street millionaires then? They will tell the Democrat, don't tax us, we'll create job. We are then taxing, we that on the side here that can go over there and open business, create job, to put the middleman in between. Because Liberians here are business people. I can see some of them. But who giving them the opportunity? Who thinking about that? You think by just borrowing money for IMF, right now Liberia is like its own week, Liberia is like on crutches. The IMF here, the World Bank here. Then Liberia walking like this, Liberia walking like this. The day you check that two crutches from there, Liberia fall down. Because no IMF, no World Bank, where are we going to get money from? Where? We got a bad credit score. Jaha in this country, everyone, you and I, we got credit score. Every country in the world, they got credit score too. Oh yes. Jaha individual, you myself got credit. Every country got credit too. So you see, when you get secure credit card and a small credit card, every country too got secure credit. Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, they can walk to any bank, including the IMF, and get money because they got good credit. They got a lot of assets that can give them things. But Liberia credit is so bad that even the 2x4 bank cannot get Liberia money. But because the World Bank, the IMF, these are institutions that get secure credit and they follow the credit, that's the only way Liberia is surviving in the country right now, as a country. So every time you hear, oh, World Bank today, World Bank today, because Liberia got bad credit. Think about you getting a secure credit card from someone from my phone company, not City Bank, not Chase, not Capital, but someone from my phone bank sitting in Atlanta, Georgia, and say, oh, got small credit card for you, but we are getting $300. Yeah, I got your credit. That's how Liberia is. Go check it out. Rich country versus poor country. We don't have, that's why the poor always tell, don't borrow too much, yo. That's why the secure credit card will not give you $300. Don't borrow too much. How will we grow from that status? The country need to open up to Liberians. All any government need to do, provide maximum security in the country. Protect the people from the airport in the community. And create the atmosphere to instill stability. Stability. People will come to that country and invest. We cannot depend on IMF. IMF give me a long-term loan. Give you loan, you pay over time. African leaders, you think Joe Weah and Samuel Tour, every time you see Samuel Tour signing that paper there, they are putting the country in debt every time they sign for some type of loan. And those loans, they're going to be paid over time. If you're a child 5-year-old, that loan will not be done until maybe that child turns 45 years old. Because it's a secure, long-time paying loan. And now that the bank now say this one, that's why when Liberia going to China, they had our natural resources swap. The U.S. came in and said, don't try that shit in Liberia. Don't try that shit. Don't try that shit with the Chinese people. Why is it true? You're an independent country? We still got some words. We still got some voice over that country. You want to go sign contract with the Chinese people to say, oh, natural resources swap? If that man gave you modern role in that country and you cannot pay for that role in any period of time, that man coming to Liberia with many Chinese people that will be all in your villages and taking everything you got to make sure that they get what they invest into you. Don't try that shit over there, George Weah. And they sat George Weah there and explained that bullshit to him, and he saw the big picture. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. He's not going to be the way man supposed to tell George Weah. George Weah will sit down with professional Liberians to tell him about the Chinese policy, how it affected other countries, even around China, and now they're extending it into Africa. Can't talk about natural resources swap. Some of you got parent farmers were going to be with all Chinese people then, all Chinese men will be hunting all in the village, wow, killing your animals just to get the profit and get themselves out of that place. Come on, you need to get yourself together, man. When will a generation in Liberia create the pathway for a better country? When? Which generation will do that? There's a guy in Ghana, a very older guy. When the Ghanaian opened the highway, he said on one of the local news, you guys need to subscribe to some of these Ghanaians news outlets. He said, for all the years I live as a human being in Ghana, I'm glad to see a highway that I saw on TV in my country today. I'm glad. And Ghana is now 100 years old. But Ghanaians are seeing development in their country. But a country of 174 years old, some of you guys don't even know how the different county you're from look like, because there's no road to go there. You leave from America, you wouldn't go, you sit and read in Mosolaro County. You pass around on Broad Street, you come by, you go down to, well, I know how to call the place, then the resort, and you come back. My man, yeah, Broad Street, oh. But did you go to your county where your parents from? Did you travel 6 hours away from Morovia? You can't do that. But how old is the country? 174 years old. How come you don't have all these things in place? But you break other people's things. Then you got political leaders that come here and say they won't be president, but they cannot even articulate. They cannot even provide an alternative to the problem in the country. I just feel sorry for the poor man in the country. Yes, I feel sorry for the poor man. The man who don't realize what is happening to his future until when he gets there, it'll be too late for him. All he will do is just look at his children and say, what will be the future of my children? People in the country, they don't even go for medical checkup. They're not encouraging the society to be medically sensitive to things. Men, 40, 50, they don't even go for any kind of exam throughout the year. They're just moving. But you got other countries around there, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, young men are going to see their doctor, checking out themselves. You don't have nothing in our country. What do we do better? Young girls can go and just go and lay down with men for $50. $50 Liberian dollar. $50 Liberian dollar. How much is that equivalent to? For a child to just destroy themselves like that. And nobody care. Nobody care. Even a juvenile, there is no curfew for juvenile. To say after a certain time, you shouldn't be on the street. The children being destroyed. There's no future. We are destroying the future of our country, but we're not realizing it. And the people who are destroying the future of our country, they don't live in our country. Tomorrow morning coming, when I listen to the guy that calls Spoon TV, God can bless anybody. Somebody call you, get them $5. That's all you do. Throughout the whole year, somebody call you, get them $5. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but how sustainable that thing is. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking beyond the sustainability of that thing. I don't want temporary thing. What are we doing to help sustain us? They say, teach me how to fish and don't keep giving me fish. You got a politician who left from here. He said, you're a politician, right? You expect him to go in the country and look for things that the people want. No, he didn't do that. He said he won't bring a helicopter in the country to fly to nowhere. Helicopter to where? When the people in the country suffering. Instead of you taking that money and creating jobs and boost your money up, but you won't go bring helicopter. Helicopter to where? When the man in Morovia cannot even get $5 to feed a child, but you say you won't be president, then you bring in helicopter. You see how they put using our people in our country every day? That's one of the reasons I don't go to Liberian church. Because we are very evil. You went to a country, you say you won't be a politician. You say corruption in the country. But the money that you got, you're going to go buy a helicopter. To do what? To do what with helicopter? To do what with helicopter? Bill Gates and leave when they go to Africa. You see, Manila, how they call it? I just forgot her name. The web of Bill Gates putting something on her head, walking among the African people there. Did you see her say, I want to fly in helicopter and look at the people down there? But these are the people you follow all the time. And I don't blame you too. Because poverty got no decision to make for you. It only condition you. So when someone come here to tell you guys, and you don't want to listen to us, you think some of us, because you see you're in America today, you think that, no, I'm not going to lie to you. There were times in Liberia, I only had one pants, one brief, one shoe with big hole on it. There were times I used to walk from 12th Street on the beach, go all the way behind the mansion just to go hit the time, because I don't want to keep walking on the main road for people to see me. So look at the guy walking. I've been through that before. That's why my story is not going to be hidden. I want you guys to understand my story. Because I know what it means to live in that country, go to bed with no food. I'm not running for political office. I will never come here to say I'm running for political office. No. I just want to tell you that there are some people today in Liberia who don't have no connection to anybody in America, and I was one time like that before. But I promised myself that the condition I'm going through, if God give me the opportunity and where I am, I will always tell my story. That's why you see, when I supported George Weah, I told him, if you don't do the right thing, I will come back here for you. But George Weah was not a struggle man enough. No, George Weah did not struggle. A real struggle man will understand the words that come out of the struggle man mouth and say, yes, I hear you. I hear you. Because I've been there with you before. George Weah was not a real struggle man. He was not a struggle man. A real struggle man will say, yeah, I hear you. The words that come out of your mouth, I hear you. But the little money they got now, they think they're all big boys then today. So they don't care for the common man. Some people get any money over there. Children are looking at them all day, nothing to eat. A woman took plastic and burned the hands of her own grandson for taking meat. The meat was smoking, get dumped in the trash here because doctor telling you don't eat too much of red meat anymore. So you see the meat that, oh, I don't want to eat the red meat to get any kind of complication here. You dump the red meat that they want in like, bro, somebody pointing a child fingers that cannot be replaced. And you think we'll have a better country? For food, you're taking somebody's future from them, their hands, that they're supposed to make life better for themselves. When that child grow up tomorrow and look at Liberia and say, yes, my hand got burned because my parents were so poor, they did not allow me to eat meat. Because of eating meat, I lost my finger. You know how long that story going to go? If that child grow up and start telling his children and grandchildren that my grandfather lost his fingers because of meat. And nobody cares. They say you get a government call that says pro-poor. But they live in a very better life in the country. Pro-poor. Pro-poor my foot. They put the country suffering over there. That's one of the reasons I'm not going back to that country. I'm telling you guys. I already told my wife, if I'm dying in the country, bury me here. I'm not going back over there. I'm not going back over there. I want to be buried here. Because it's a disgrace for you to come from a country where you struggle. When people go to war, they come back to rebuild. When Liberia go to war, they come back, they further divide themselves. We and Rwanda went to war together. Mr. Kagame and his people put all their differences aside and built that country. And the whole world proud of them. But we Liberians went to war, we came back, we further divided the country more than even the war we fought for 14 years. We hate each other in that place. Then tomorrow Sunday, you're going to sit down in church. Your young children are going to school. Dirty, useless men in our country. Seeing your daughter in a class, and they say they want to lay off with her. Can you imagine? Your innocent child go to school. And you got a very useless individual standing before the class. Instead of imparting knowledge, they want to destroy that child's future. Because they want to sleep with the child. Can you imagine that? That today, some young girls that refuse to now go to school. They refuse not to go to school. They deny themselves because they don't want to sell their body to any man in our country. Whether they got HIV, what kind of deadly sickness they got, there's no penalty for those things in our country. They just go and just do anything they want to do in the country. Somebody want a job, you want to sleep with the person. What kind of country is that? Liberia is cursed. If you look at all the things that we do in our country to each other. God not in our country. Liberia is controlled by Satan, my friend. Satan controls our country. You think what the other country doing better than us? You can't go send your child to school. Think about all the years you took care of your child. And then you got it. Teacher said that in front of the class. Oh, I will give you grade. Can't lay down with me. My daughter in a child's school. Today she was telling me, Daddy, I want to tell mommy I need to go to another child's school. I said, what happened, mama? She said, no, Daddy, the children are using too much hard word in the school. Like, keep quiet, shut up. I'm not used to that. So you're going to tell mommy? I said, yes, we're going to tell mommy. We're going to carry you into another school. But we'll talk to the teacher. She's very young. She has many of you guys children. But she can see what is right and right and wrong. But look at Liberia today. Teacher then sitting there in the classroom. Looking at your child. Look at a sexual predator. They got no intention to even be in that classroom to begin with. They want to have sex with your daughter. Destroy the child's future before the child even start to think about their future. What kind of country is that? What kind of future is that? What kind of future is that? That's a shame. We need to put ourselves together and start to do the right thing. Let us stand for the truth. Let us stay away from supporting political candidates and fight for the right things. It's too embarrassing for our country to be 174 years old and we're going nowhere. But tomorrow we're going to church, right? We're going to sit down in church. Minister living in the community, put a big fence around his or her house. But when they look over the fence, they see their own people suffering down there. And there's nothing they can do. One of the guys we're trying to work with here, with the radio station, the man is sick. $85 to the hospital. That's why he need to go and have himself treated at the hospital to get that $85 at war. No money to have himself treated. Everyone in Liberia, as soon as they call you, my man, please send me money. Please give me $5. They don't know you from nowhere. They're asking you for money. But you got ministers there in our country that when they open their wallet, you see thousands of dollars. You don't even know where they're getting the money from. Ministers then taking thousands of dollars and spending it on their girlfriends. But the woman and her children there cannot barely get food to eat. I don't want to go to that country to see things happening to people because it will play on me if I see those things happening. I don't have a very strong heart. When I see things that look sorrowful, it plays on my intelligence for days. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to go to Liberia, because I know there are a lot of problems over there. People will come to you for so many things. You will see all kinds of conditions of people. And it will play on your mind. It will play on your mind. I don't want that to happen to me. So I'll just stay here. I will stay here. I cannot make it. I cannot make it, friends. So if you sit down on Facebook, there's nothing wrong with you watching any show. But what I want you guys to be able to do to some of these presenters is to let them know that there are issues in the country. There are issues in the country that need to be addressed. And the only way we can address those issues is when we start to bring professional people who will discuss these things. If a child is killed, God forbid, if a woman is raped, if a home got burned, if somebody got murdered, bring the professional people on the platform during that week, let them come and inform the Liberian people about what needs to be done. Let them take the precautionary measure. Let them take the precautionary measure. If a home got burned, you may think that the fire folks in the country got all the knowledge. No. Liberia will not have competing knowledge because we do not have research institution. Our country is just a statue. Any country that got institutions that don't engage in research is not going to go anywhere far. Everything that you and I benefit from in this country is based on research. Research will provide more information, updated information. People who may be getting burned in Liberia, they're losing their property. In some instances, they lost lives or relative friends. But they don't know the precautionary measure. Right now, you walk to a school building, right now, you ask the little kids there, when last they ever did fire drill? They will be looking at you like, what do you call fire drill? But these are things that your children know in this country as a routine. Mommy, today we're going to do fire drill. Why? Because when fire catch the school, they will tell them exactly what they need to do. I think a year ago or 2 years ago, there was a Muslim school where they went and put Colombo blacks all over. When the fire came, all the children died in that place. Research always shows that any building must have an egress. And you must be able to escape through that egress in case of fire. And that egress will also give the firefighter the opportunity to come through that place. If I walk into a school in Liberia, I see the door, the next thing I do, I see Colombo blacks. First thing I run to my mind, why if the fire starts from the door? How will the children get out of here? How many people, family, fathers, mothers in Liberia think about those things? Because they are not lettered to those things. They don't have the knowledge to those things. Look at all the public buildings in Liberia over there. Finance ministry, all the other government ministry there. When last have you seen it? If you walk to any of the public buildings and say, show me your emergency, your contingency plan here when something happens here. Show me your contingency plan. Yeah, I saw what happened yesterday in Sierra Leone. All right, a tanker truck. And that's something that had to do with the DOT, Department of Transportation. Or in their case, the Ministry of Transportation. When you're traveling with hazardous material, there needs to be placard on these things. That's why you see in the United States here, the Department of Transportation take care of most of the hazardous material. The Coast Guard take care of stuff that go over the Atlantic Ocean. The FAA and the IATA, they take care of stuff that fly on the plane. The Traffic Division take care of things that fly on the regular road with regular cars. If a product coming from Freeport with gasoline in it, when have you seen any gasoline tanker truck coming from Freeport and get on the flammable material? There are times somebody tell me that the guy driving a flammable truck in Liberia, it says flammable, but he in his truck smoking cigarette. How serious are we? Do we see other people just putting label on their car, on their truck in other countries? They will say, oh yeah, let's put it on our truck. How did that person even got to drive that truck when they carry flammable material, such as gasoline and other explosive material? Then you smoking, going. Defective cars, claiming a steep hill, no brakes, to ensure that car is properly safe. Then how do we carry on safety inspection? Because in America here, in many countries, there are two major inspections most cars will go through. Safety inspection and the emission inspection. One is environmental, one is public safety. Your brakes, your windshield, and everything. When last did we carry those things on? Like I was saying, go to any public building right now in Liberia and ask them for their contingency plan. When last have you seen a whole building having some type of fire drill? The year is coming to an end and many companies are having fire drill. Even the federal buildings, state buildings, they're having fire drill, having evacuation. When last have you seen those things happening in Liberia? But when you come on Facebook, you can't talk as an individual. Man, I'm fully man. What am I doing over there? I thought I was talking about something good here. Some buildings in Liberia were built in the 70s. When last those buildings were ever tested for lead pin? When last they were tested for lead pin? People go in the building and breathe in lead in and out all the time. Look at the sanitation issue. People go to the Capitol building. People smelling their feces, their urine next to the side of the building, contaminating the soil, contaminating the groundwater. Nobody cares about those things. What kind of country are we? What is our goal as a country? What are we good at? One thing point to me that we are good at. One positive thing, because we are good at more negative things than positive things. What do we do right in our country? Parents put their children in the car, no seatbelt. People on the back of a motorcycle, no helmet. They forgot to know that the acceleration of that motorcycle, at the moment from 0 to whatever the top speed is, it put your body at risk. One impact, you're going to harm yourself. There's no law. I don't know. Water that people drink in the country. What is the quality of water? What is the water standard? What is the water standard? Every day we talk about EPA in Liberia. There are EPA law that is applicable to businesses, agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, chemical industry. All the EPA law apply to those things. And based on the company operation, you find which company will be emitting more pollution in the air, and how come you can determine whether that country has greenhouse gas issue. But how many companies in Liberia right now is subject to any EPA regulation? Whether it's air, water, how many companies in the country? Then you see, Joe, we are going to Glasgow to go attend Paris climate meeting. Think about it. How you got a country, all right? You say you got a football club, but you got no rules to play your game. But you say you got a football club. Then time for FIFA meeting, go to FIFA meeting. What rule are you playing by in your country that subscribe to FIFA rules? What are the rules? Liberia, we got companies there, right? But what are the technology need assessment we have carried out to determine whether Coca-Cola factory over there is emitting more air toxins in the air, whether Firestone is doing the same thing, or other companies that I don't know of that are doing the same thing? And how do we know they are emitting more air than what they require to emit in the air when we don't have the expertise of people who work in the air sector to determine the emission that each company is polluting out there? And what will be driving them to do those things when our country doesn't have any air regulation, water regulation? So then how can we capture anything? How can you play a game with no rule? Then how you call for penalty? How you call for yellow card? How you issue red card when you don't have the rules? You follow me? When we talk about climate change is an activity that is done by a company, an individual, beyond the normal process of what is being done, that creates some form of heat that add to the sun and affect changes. That's why you see many big manufacturing companies in America are required to conduct air emission testing every time and think about air emission like this, all right? Those of you that do barbecue in your backyard, those of you that cook on wood in Liberia, in your kitchen. I remember growing up in Liberia. They got a little fireplace in a little hut, and they put the wood there. And then when you fire, you see the smoke coming from the house is going up. That little stick you're using to light the fire, it is your emission source. So the more stick you put there, the smoke generation are going out there. It is the carbon dioxide that will affect the air. So how do you reduce the smoke from coming in the house? You think of a different way. Maybe you can use fire coal, because the fire coal will not generate more smoke. So that means you cut down your emission. But how will you manage to do all these things? It's got to go from village to village to tell people. Liberia should carry on something called the technology need assessment from the day one that Africa got involved with climate change. Technology need assessment means go and look at all your company that carry on any kind of uncivilized process that generating more pollutant in the air. If you don't have it, just tell us, say we are done the assessment of all the company in Liberia. We don't have no reason that we believe will impact the environment. Because the reason is, if you don't impact the environment, then you will get some incentive from the folks like Russia, China, India, America. They will give you some incentive, and they will just tell you to hold on to your forest. We never did those things there. Then next thing go to Joe, we are going to say in Glasgow there to go say, "Man, told we here today." Here for what? Here for what? To do what? To take picture? To take picture? When serious country there, Nigeria, Ghana, and there, they have already done their own. So what you want to go do over there? How can you go for a FIFA tournament when you don't know the rules? So how do you think you want to play when you don't know the rules? That's what Liberia is into today. How can you talk about pollution in the country when you got no regulation to tell people what constitutes pollution or what causes pollution and how do you prevent it? So what kind of institution we got in the country there? Think about any game you want to play but no rules. How can you play the game when you got no rules to the game? How you think the game going to be played? You got a football game, the football game, it got rules. You got basketball, they got rules. You got tennis, they got rules. All right? People who work in the environment should be able to understand the rules of the environment to prevent further degradation to the environment. But you got people at EPA just sit down and do nothing. Then they can't say they won't go to climate change summit. Who they carrying over there? Nobody know who they carrying over there. Just stop playing, man. Every sector in our country is just fucked up. You tell me which one of the areas in Liberia work that makes sense. Which particular area in the country that makes sense? Where? Go to the health sector? Nothing. Go to the educational system? Nothing. Go to the traffic and road division? Nothing. People driving opposite lane. Can you imagine you going to the country for the first time in Liberia and you cruising down the road? Because as I learned, the representative carrying and they come straight to you head on. Can you imagine that? You left that country for a very long time and live in a civilized society. And one morning you just driving going to work. Next thing you know, you see that car coming head on in the opposite direction. Why would Liberian legislator pass a law that put people's life at risk and businesses at risk and property at risk to say it is okay to drive in the opposite lane? When last have you seen any country passing such a law? Do you think our lawmakers are mentally stable? And nobody has said anything about that. Driving in opposite lane. And nobody said anything about that. That's one of the reasons I said I'm going back to that country. The place is fucked up. That's the last thing you should ever see in reality. Somebody driving in opposite lane, my fellow Liberians. That's the last thing you should ever see. Somebody driving in opposite lane in the country. Take some of your friends and let them go and see that place. Driving in opposite lane. Yes, Mark Norris. Those guy will be, I had a body that just came from there recently. As I think 2 weeks ago. Those guy will be in the opposite lane coming directly to you. And he said the escort car will come straight to you and tell you to stop so the lawmaker can go to work. These guys are public servants, but to me, they look like they are the masters and the people are their slaves. That's the country you want me to come go to over there? You gotta be wasting your time. I'm not going over there, my friend. I have my part of Vietnam with Liberia. I have my part of Afghanistan with Liberia. Meaning I have my part of experience with them. I cannot go over there. How in the world will you be driving in opposite lane? Do you know how many people's lives you're putting at risk? And then they say it's okay. It is okay. Wow. And not a single lawmaker. You know why the people don't care? Because again, we lack of research. If a developed country or a developing country that will come out and say, driving in opposite lane put so many things at risk. Here are a few case studies from the past, and here how dangerous it is. The police traffic division, independent safety institution in Liberia, if there's one there now, they should have come out and said no to that and provide enough data and link sources to say we will not support this idea because it put people at risk. It put people at risk. Well, Mark Morris, if they say their country is sweet, I think it is sweet based on There are draconian law that they take pleasure in doing. Because think about it. A bad guy who is doing bad things would think it's sweet. An ignorant guy who is doing something out of no sense of direction would think it's sweet. So the sweetness depends on the content and the individual who found pleasure in doing that, Mark Morris. So I don't blame you for what you just said. There's no wrong in it, but I mean, when you look at the detail of what they are doing, that when you will determine whether it's bad or wrong. But these guys, that's what they do. Driving in opposite lane. And you guys are bring in our country. The last time I heard a pregnant woman got hit by Buffer Chima. His escort hit the woman. She lost her baby. She lost her leg. We never heard anything about that thing again. We never heard anything about that thing. Then you want for someone to leave and go to our country. There's no law and order in our country. Now, when somebody told me, say, you see, around the diplomatic enclave of the UN embassy, they said, look, I can just come right down the hill there, Snapper Hill, buy the tin there, and just go right back to Mama Point. Because the garden, somebody told me, say, the entire country around there is like a ghetto place. So the garden, they don't go around there. So they just go down and buy the fresh fruits and come right back. The only time when they're going further, when they go to the airport, then they just drive and just go straight. But other than that, they don't hang around the area there unless for some important meetings. Because Lord make them driving opposite lane. And think about this, all right? The process of obtaining a driver license in our country, there is none. There is none at all. Somebody will just get ready because their uncle drove a car and they serve as the driver attendant or the car boy, as we call them. The next thing the man in the traffic driving. When it comes to U-turn, he doesn't even know what you mean. When it comes to a four-way intersection, who comes first and who's supposed to leave next? Nothing. Everything is just a race in our country. And you say you got government officials, public officials who goes to work every day, but they cannot give you any reason why they're going to work. You go to the country right now, you ask them, which one of the places can I live that is crime-free? The entire country don't even have a criminal database system to track people with fingerprint. Nothing. The whole country, Liberia. Anybody who commit crime, you can't find that person because they don't even have a database of tracking people. You go to the police station, there is no way to take fingerprint. People are in prison. There is no due process. They get in there. Damn it. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, though. But the conversation need to go beyond this one-to-one I'm having with you guys. The guy with a bigger platform, they got a lot of heavy lifting. And one thing I want you to take as a precautionary measure, right? I'm looking forward to seeing most of the bigger talk shows guys coming out with their goal. Let them take the last 2 weeks, or let them take the first 2 weeks in December to begin to tell you guys what will be their goal for the coming year. Maybe, for example, they could say, look, our goal for next year, we want to have aspect of people who are schooled in other areas. Because we know Liberia is a country with many challenges. So we want to start to catalog specific individuals who, when anything happens that is related to their area of expertise, we will bring them here. So that if a building falls to a fire, we bring somebody here who will tell what needs to be done. If something tragic happened in a country, we'll bring somebody here who will tell. And the goal is to ensure that our viewers who listen by radio or by internet will not only get political entertainment, but they will also get some knowledge that will help them grow as a community and people. I'm looking forward to seeing the goals. Because you can't keep repeating the same thing all the time. Then that means you go in vicious circle, you're not growing, you're not improving. We must improve our processes in our country. It's called process improvement. If we cannot improve our processes, then that means that we're not doing nothing to make ourselves better as a country and people. So yes, everyone, just how you got your individual plan. The beginning of every new year, you say, oh God, I put my plan in your hand, and I hope that you carry me through the year. If you run any platform on Facebook, Twitter, or wherever, and you know that the society that you take to be your audience is challenged, you need to put in place some type of plan and agenda. Jay Rennie, you can forget. Those big platforms will not change their message. Thomas can just call your own straw. I understand, but Thomas, I understand, but I just we got to understand that. And to your point, because it's an excellent point. And to those who are reading Thomas' comment or who are already read it, the reason I'm coming up with this is at the end of the year, or let's say throughout the course of this year and come next year, when you continuously see things happening in the country and begin to ask yourself, but why do things keep happening and nothing is done? Ask yourself, where are these people mostly spending their time that they are not catching on to things that are happening? So when things are happening repeatedly in a country or in an organization, it means that those who are in the driving seat, the decision-making seat, are not really looking at the data of to determine why things are happening, and it continues to happen. So to Thomas' point, if the guys continue to maintain their show agenda, then there will be a lot of missed opportunity in the country that will even take the life of people, damage their property, and will go nowhere. And then come 2022, at the end of 2022, we will be here again with another year wrapping up, and there will be nothing changing in this country. But then now, what about you guys that watch these guys? Will you continue to just be watching them? And what is the purpose? What do you hope to achieve from watching these guys? What do you hope to achieve? So these are things that we need to be able to put ourselves together. And I'm also looking forward to seeing a professional librarians talk show. Who will come up with a professional librarian talk show that will look at issue in the country, real issue, that will begin to provide solution to the problem, that will not be politically buttered up or buttered down, or butting up or butting down, and just infused with politics. I would love to see someone coming up with a platform, because when you have professional people who will discuss the challenges in a country, whether it is a particular ministry or all the different ministries across the executive branch that are not performing, and you got a bigger platform and you begin to inform the people about what the people need to know, then I think the government will start to have second thought, how they speak, why they're not doing things. But for now, if government is supposed to give you quarterly report, they're not providing that report, how will the people be able to know that it should be provided when you're not giving them the information, folks? We're not giving them the information. So that's what we are. The big platforms care more about the numbers. Of course, that's why I believe that number is power. But I'm saying information is knowledge and is power. So they believe in that. So yes, guys, so we finally made it to the end. We started the first round of the show, and we ran it up to, I believe, 10. Because we started around 9, and I said I was hitting the show all the way to 1 o'clock. So right now, technically, it's going to 1. So the time is going to back off, guys. The time is going to back off. Watch right now. The time is going to back off. Let's see the magic here. It's going to go to 12. Let's see the magic here. Come on, fool. Let's see the magic. By the time it hit 12, by the time it hit 1, it should turn to 12. Right? The daylight saving time is supposed to kick in. So let's see the magic. Let's see the magic. The daylight saving time is supposed to kick in. It's supposed to be 1 o'clock, but it should stay to 12. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So it should be going to 1 o'clock, folks. And it should hit back to 12, right? So we are in the daylight saving time now, folks. We are in the daylight saving time now. Hold on, let me see something here. Yes. I'm just looking at the manual clock. So it should be going backward, right? Yeah, it should be going backward now. It should be going backward now. Yeah, it should be going backward now. Yeah, it should be going backward. But anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Eric, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's Saturday, and I know, and I think the people who enjoy this show today at this time of the day, it will be my good old friend that I know from Australia, Yango. Yes, he enjoyed the show because most of the time he's out of sleeping and while we awake. But I think today he's up, and while being us, we are still around, hanging around. So Yango, you ready have your good day today? It comes once in a blue moon. So keep praying for that lucky day of yours to be around. So guys, yes, thank you. Next to get that extra hour of sleep. Yes, Tommy, extra hour of sleep. Yes. Extra hour of sleep. Yes. I love that. But guess what, Tommy? Those who working tonight.